Host Alex R. Wagner. Today we got Daddy Trump doing some drag racing. We will get to that in a minute. He went to a test car racetrack and now he's going to do a General Motors speech here in about 45 minutes, which we will get to. But first up, our poll of the day, and we do have our fourth winner. So now there are just four options every day now, guys. Who will be president in 2028? We have 834 days until election. And here are our four options today. We got J.D. Vance with 62 wins. We have Gavin Newsom with 20 wins. We have Marco Rubio with 4 wins. And we have Israel with 1 win. Get your vote in now, people. The show starts now. Let me pull up the chat. We already got a chatter. Vance, word. Nice to see you, speaks Brian. Let's get into it right now. 5 hours ago. This is from Mo News. NBC News and NPR. Shootout at Seattle Food Festival kills 3. Police arrest suspect and search for another. 1 suspect is in custody following a mass shooting in the Seattle Center on Sunday that left 3 victims dead and 4 others injured. Police said at least 1 other suspect is at large, but notes that they did not believe there was an imminent danger to the public. I just got to change my settings real quick, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Boom, boom. Get those settings in so that we can make sure that we get into that algorithm the way that we need to for the news of the day. Daddy Trump up in about 40 minutes here. We will go to Donald Trump live in about 40 minutes with his Motors speech. And we are back now, and here we go. Officials said 2 guns were recovered, and authorities believe at least 2 people may have been shooting at each other. The 3 victims who died were a 19-year-old man, a 44-year-old man, and a 56-year-old woman. Police said in a statement earlier Monday morning. 2 individuals died at the scene and a third died at the hospital. 5 hours ago from Jeremy Harris on Twitter, breaking report of a suspect near the Space Needle. Huge emergency response going on right now. I'm just getting on the scene. 4 people who were injured, including a toddler, were taken to Harborview Medical Center, the region's top-level trauma center, where 1 of them died, officials noted Sunday night. A 2-year-old boy was in stable condition, officials said. A hospital spokesperson said the victims had injuries including gunshot wounds to the arm, a leg, the abdomen, and the lower leg. A food vendor caught it. You guys can see that. We will get to that in a second. A food vendor caught it on his live stream. Assistant Chief Jerome Davis said on the news conference late Sunday that there is no ongoing threat to the public. Investigators believe the 2 suspects were shooting at each other. Police did not identify the suspects in custody, but said it is a young person. ABC News, Cracker Barrel CEO is out after backlash to the logo change. Man, it took them long enough, huh? Restaurant chain Cracker Barrel has announced Monday that its current chief executive officer, Julie Masno, will step down as the CEO and board member effective August 10th. The move ends her roughly 3-year tenure in which the restaurant chain was widely criticized by customers and President Trump for her efforts to modernize the chain. The restaurant and retail chain has been mired in a sales slump after a logo controversy in which the company announced it would eliminate the Uncle Heschler character from its logo. Backlash prompted it to reverse course on its plan. Masno apologized later that year after the episode vowed to always preserve the core elements that people expect from the Cracker Barrel brand. But now she's out. She's done. CBS News, an update from Germany. German police will kill suspect in Berlin Pride van ramming that killed 1 and injured 29. The 21-year-old man convicted in 2025 of trying to join ISIS and accused of ramming his rented vehicle into the Berlin LGBTQ plus Pride parade on Saturday was killed by police on Sunday. The suspect, Abdul, reportedly charged towards police with a knife and officials opened fire, shooting the suspect. He died at the scene. Bailout on Saturday is accused of driving a van into a crowd gathering near Berlin's annual Christopher Street Day celebration. He then continued the attack on foot and is believed to have injured people with a machete. One woman was killed and at least 29 others were injured in the attack before he fled the scene. After nearly 24 hours, police located him in a nearby suburb on Sunday. Police describe Bailout, a German citizen with Lebanese roots, as being part of Berlin's Islamic scene and is known to authorities. Authorities are working to determine if Bailout acted alone. The Islamic scene, you mean Islamic terrorism? Okay. AP News. German officials identified the suspect in gay pride attack event as 21-year-old Abdul. They said that he had previously sought to join ISIS. Berlin prosecutors said Bailout traveled to Lebanon in 2025, intending to cross into Syria and join the Islamic State group. There he contacted people he believed were ISIS members before Lebanese authorities arrested him and sentenced him to 3 months in prison for inciting religious and increment conflict. After completing his sentence, Bailout returned to Germany, where he was arrested at Berlin's airport. In May, a Berlin juvenile court convicted him of preparing a serious act of violence, endangering the state, and spreading Islamic State propaganda on Instagram. He received a suspended sentence of 1 year and 10 months after the court cited time already served, his confession, and claims that he had distanced himself from ISIS. He was released pending prosecution appeal, leaving him free at the time to run over a bunch of LGBTQ members in Germany. Come on now. Reuters. French police arrest man after he attacked 3 women with knives in Paris. A man has been arrested after 3 women, one of whom is reportedly pregnant, were stabbed in Paris, according to authorities. "It is Allah who commanded me," the attacker yelled. Okay, we got one, like either there's like 1,000 splinter cells of Israel, or maybe, just maybe, the Muslims are extreme. Just maybe Islamic extremism is a real thing. Anyway, because we got, the one in New York, we got the one in Germany, we got the one in France now. It's kind of crazy. All in like a span of a week. More of this than there is recalls for food right now. The suspect, 31-year-old man, was arrested by an off-duty police officer and taken into custody on suspicion of attempted murder. The victims' ages were 19, 24, and 36. 2 sustained critical injuries to their lower back and abdomen, with the third in stable condition. Washington Post, breaking news 2 hours ago. This is about Pete Buttigieg. I really feel bad about this one. This is crazy. There's a right-wing crazy lady that basically claimed that Pete Buttigieg was doing something to his kids. So, the state took away his kids. At least Pete Buttigieg, an elitist, gets to experience what the rest of us experience every day. A system that is fundamentally broken. All right. Police vetted dubious allegations only after Buttigieg was separated from his child. Officials who separated former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg from his youngest 2 twins last month relayed a vague and unsubstantiated allegation from an accuser's authorities later deemed possibly mentally unstable, according to police records obtained by the Washington Post. Indiana child welfare authorities, who received a tip on a hotline with very limited information about Buttigieg, did not pass along the caller's name or contact information when notifying officials in Michigan, where Buttigieg lives, which the Indiana Child Welfare Agency says is their policy. Michigan police waited 6 days after approaching Buttigieg to attempt to identify the caller. The Post was able to identify and contact the woman, who says she lived in Alabama. In a phone call, she was unable to answer basic questions about her accusations. The outline is not publicly naming her, and the outlet is now not publicly naming her. So she's mentally ill. Michigan State Police reports detail the chain of events from the allegations to its eventual determination. It was unfounded and potentially politically motivated. Potentially. Come on, guys. Washington Post. The first openly gay cabinet member confirmed by Senate, Buttigieg, 44, has faced attacks from some corners over the sexual orientation of his decision to adopt 2 children with his husband, Chasten. Buttigieg, a former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and 2020 presidential candidate, went public with his ordeal in June Substack post, describing it as the ugliest thing that has happened to me since my career in service began. Michigan authorities had told Buttigieg he could not be alone with his 4-year-old child until they could be interviewed away from their parents the next day, Buttigieg recounted. Michigan State Police spokesperson Lauren Thompson Phillips says the investigation was conducted promptly and the allegations were determined to be unfounded, added that the department's responsibility was to assess and assure the safety of the children involved. Honestly, yeah, you're not treating him any different than anybody else, and with all the pedophilia and politics right now, I say 24 hours without your son as the openly gay couple from the left-wing side. I think, it's not really that big of a deal, but also, yeah, reform the system. Reform the system you're complaining about. The Michigan authority, because I think the system is broken in that regard, but at the same time, like one day, I've heard much worse. The Michigan Attorney General's office has opened an investigation into the allegations against Buttigieg and how it was handled. Indiana State Police are also investigating the incident. I don't think it's about how it's handled. Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican of Kentucky, is out with a new health update. I told you guys, they're waiting it out until August 8th, and then they're going to let us know that he died. What you need to know. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell's official office said Monday he is still recovering from a fall that led to his June 14th hospitalization and is not yet ready to return to in-person work. It's the first update from the office since July 12th, which confirmed he was hospitalized. And let me guess, he's not going to be ready for work until August 12th, when all of a sudden he's going to decide to retire, so that there isn't a special election in Kentucky, and that the Kentucky governor can appoint the senator, and we don't have to worry about that race in the midterms. Guarantee you that's what's going to happen here. Guarantee you mid-August we get more news about Mitch McConnell. The Republican lawmaker has been discharged from the hospital and is now in a rehab facility. Yeah, the rehab facilities that we all die in. Anyway, McConnell has missed the Senate's last 38 votes, and the chamber is in session for 2 more weeks before its summer recess. Can we write a law and legislation if you miss 2 votes, we immediately either put you in the town square and you get a full week of tomatoes in D.C., or you retire automatically? One of the two. If you want to take more than 2 votes off, tomatoes in the town square, or you retire immediately. It sounds fair. Sounds fair to me. McConnell has missed the Senate's last 38 votes. Yeah, he missed all of those votes. Okay. McConnell's statement: I'm still working hard to get. I'm still working hard to get back to my full schedule of working in the Senate and in Kentucky, keeping up with my intense physical therapy per my doctor's orders. He went on to say he wouldn't be able to attend this weekend's Fancy Farms picnic, a major Kentucky political event, and thanked everyone for their well wishes. The office of the attending physician. Senator Mitch McConnell continues his recovery from a fall in the home in June. Since his discharge from the hospital care, he has maintained a strenuous course of physical therapy and rehabilitation, including multiple sessions a day designed to rebuild strength and reduce the risk of future fall. His bout with childhood polio continues to be a significant factor in his mobility. Oh, right, okay. And then we're going to see he died of polio in the middle of August? He is not yet medically cleared to leave the rehab facility and return to office, and he's only going to give you a quote, not in person. All right, guys, that's the news for the day. Let's get into it first. First up, we got a breaking news. The only people giving us the news about Mitch McConnell, pretty interesting, not CNN, not Fox News, but MS Now finally giving us a little bit of breaking news. MS Now finally coming through with something. We will go to live to Donald Trump the minute that he goes live with his speech. But right now, let's get into this breaking news that just came out this hour from MS Now on Mitch McConnell.
Appeared from public view. One of the most powerful and well-known Republicans after he disappeared from public view. One of the most powerful and well-known Republicans in America remains out of sight. And the questions about Senator Mitch McConnell's health are only growing. Just moments ago, McConnell put out a new statement and a new photo that reads, quote, "I'm still working hard to get back to my full schedule of work in the Senate and in Kentucky, keeping up with intense physical therapy per my doctor's orders. Unfortunately, that means I won't be able to make it to Fancy Farm, Kentucky this Saturday." And then there's this new statement from the office of the attending physician. Quote, "Senator McConnell continues his recovery from a fall at home in June. OAP physicians visit with the senator every day, discussing all aspects of his rehabilitation care. He is not yet medically cleared to leave the rehab facility and return to the office." The 84-year-old senator, who is set to retire at the end of his term this year, still has not been seen in public since before June 14th. That's the day his office confirmed he was first admitted to the hospital. But his staff has offered only limited updates here and there, fueling speculation and conspiracy that goes way beyond D.C. And then there was this wave of confusion and mockery around 3 reported phone calls back in July. Senator John Thune said he had a lengthy call with McConnell. John Barrett.
See, even MS Now fucks up their reading when they're reading shit. So don't bitch at me for. I'm just an independent little guy over here. I didn't go to school for this. The
also said he had a 20-minute phone call with McConnell. Scott Jennings, the Trump ally and CNN commentator, claimed on air he had an almost 20-minute phone call with McConnell. It wasn't until July 12th, the day after Lindsey Graham's death, that we heard from McConnell's office. They released a statement with an initial photo of the senator and his wife and claimed McConnell took a fall.
That photo went viral on this channel, guys, because we turned it into AI and it was pretty fucking, it went epic on Twitter. Guys, make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, and go check out that short. Go check out that Mitch McConnell Proof of Life short.
Which landed him in the hospital.
Short I dropped
the statement, written in the first person,
they suck,
read,
but they're breaking
quote,
the news.
"My doctors have confirmed that I didn't break any bones or suffer a concussion. I don't have a heart attack or a stroke. I don't have any tumors or hemorrhages, but I was briefly unconscious and was taken to the hospital." That statement answered some questions, but it also raised several more. First and foremost, it never explained what caused McConnell to lose his consciousness in the first place. Then multiple outlets reported on EM.
I fell in the shower. We're old. Old people, we fall.
Mess audio from June 14th that describes an unconscious person at McConnell's home that was in possible cardiac arrest that required CPR to be administered. Since that reporting and the senator's July 12th statement, no videos have been released. We haven't seen or
find out for sure after August 6th. Exactly. It's like we all know.
heard the senator speak or reassure his constituents directly. No release of documentation from his healthcare providers. And while we here at MS Now, of course, wish a speedy and full recovery for the senator, his absence has now stretched.
Stop it. The condescending ass fucking MS
out
Now
across
bullshit.
Roughly 40 Senate votes, like a bipartisan housing bill and resolutions on President Trump's war powers in Iran. So Kentucky has been represented by just one voting senator during a war.
Also, it's like why do they keep doing this? They don't need to make things worse than they actually are. Like, people already don't trust you, MSNBC, and then you're over here being like, we're now MS Now. And Mitch McConnell missed nearly 40 votes, and we're going to put 40 votes as large as we possibly can. It's 38 votes. Just say 38 votes. Why do you want to do this? It's like...
during economic turmoil,
nobody cares.
during debates over a bill that could reshape voting access in America. Whether Senator McConnell ultimately returns next week or next month, the broader question remains the same. How much information does an elected official owe the public when they can no longer fully perform their job? How much transparency do voters deserve?
Hey, how much transparency do we deserve? Do we deserve the transparency of the transparency? Let's get to Daddy Trump now. Coming off of Air Force One. We will go to him live with his speech once he's here. But right now, this is him on Air Force One talking to reporters earlier today, about 2 hours ago. Did you? Hey, do you have a question? Yeah. You're frustrated at Pete Hegseth? No.
No, I think he's done a great job. We've pretty much destroyed their military. They want to meet, and we're meeting. We'll see what happens. There's a chance we could make a deal. Without what we did, they wouldn't even be talking to us. They requested a meeting through their surrogates and directly. And we're meeting, and, good things can happen, I guess. Oil dropped very big today. Stock markets, as of about an hour ago, was like through the roof. But no, they requested a meeting. They would not have requested the meeting if we were doing poorly. The only reason they want to meet is because we've been hitting them very hard. Yeah.
How much patience do you have left?
I have a lot of patience. I have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Their whole shoreline's wiped out. The strait is in very good shape. And we're talking right now. They wanted to talk.
Trump hands
said,
emoji?
Please don't shoot last night.
Yo, I'll put it in the members only tonight. I'll make a Trump
we're
hands
having good
emoji tonight.
talks.
I'll put it in there.
So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that something could happen. And if it does, good. If it doesn't, we go back to doing what we were doing 2 days ago.
What has communication been like with the Houthis and the Red
With who?
The Houthis, are you concerned?
Well, we're dealing with Saudi Arabia, and it's a problem that we had a while ago, and we knocked the hell out of them, as you know. And we didn't have any problems with the Houthis after that. But we're not involved with that. But we may, if they're a problem, we'll probably have to get involved.
On Saudi Arabia, have you gotten any indications from Saudi Arabia when it comes to the Abraham Accords that they will sign on?
We haven't talked about that.
You put out a Twitter social.
Are you concerned about its stockpiles in their rockets?
No, we have plenty. We have a lot of ammunition, different types. Biden gave a lot to Ukraine. And so we're building that up. But we have a lot.
Yeah. About Ukraine. Ukraine is starting World War III. They're blowing up Iranian ships in the Caspian Sea. You want to talk about that, please?
We have a lot of them.
I'll talk about the World War III they just started, please.
No matter what. But we have a lot. I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden.
Yeah, again, about Ukraine. Ukraine is currently blowing up Iranian ships in the Caspian Sea. Any journalists want to ask that question about World War III, please? Source, the Wall Street Journal.
When I left, the cupboards were full. When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition. We had very little.
They clearly are both grifting
And
for the same
I
thing.
got it built.
They don't want
Now,
real questions.
as soon as I left, they gave a lot of it to Ukraine. I mean numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So we're building it very rapidly. Plants are being built, and a lot of equipment's being built. The Patriots in particular are being built. The THAAD system is going up. We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now. And we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more. Biden gave a lot of it away.
Mr. President, you put out a Truth Social this morning about leader John Thune.
Yeah.
What's your relationship like with this?
It's fine. It's fine. He's got to get his job done. It's fine. I have a good relationship
Yeah, he's like, I'm fine with him if he can just fucking do something, please.
with John Thune. He's just got to get
Which
his
sounds a
job done.
lot like fucking Italy right before fascism.
You got to get the Save America
Congress has
Act
got to
passed.
do
Or
something.
better than that would be the filibuster. If you terminate the filibuster,
They
everything
better, or
happens.
they're going to lose Congress.
If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen. If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen.
But you don't want to see him replace this leader?
I haven't even thought of it.
No, because he knows exactly what he's going to do. He's going to use war regulation acts to literally create a infrastructure that the executive branch gets to run the government. He's like, we'll wait it out, but if Congress doesn't do anything, we're going the way of Italy, homie.
I will be.
I ain't getting a new speaker. I'm fucking gone. Can only hope, right?
Are you on the same page on Iran, Prime Minister?
Pretty close, yeah. Pretty close. We have a little difference, but pretty close, yeah. No, Iran took a beating over the last 14 days, and they asked us very nicely, please stop. Let's meet. And that's what we are right now. We'll see what happens. If we don't make a deal, we go back to the same thing.
Zelensky says that Russia is giving Iran satellite imagery of U.S.
find out if that's true. I'll ask Putin about it. We'll find out. Hasn't had much impact because we've knocked the hell out of it, when you think. If that's the case, look, they gave Venezuela a lot of equipment. Venezuela had all Russian equipment. How did that work out? Not too good. So they may be giving, but if they are, it hasn't worked out because they have no army, they have no air force, they have no navy, they have no nothing. So it hasn't worked out.
They have no nothing.
I don't think they've been.
They have no nothing.
At a high level.
Put that on his gravestone. They have no nothing.
And if they have, it has been very unimpactful.
There's been reports that the United States has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
$13 billion from Venezuela?
From
I think even more than that. No, Venezuela, we paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
where is that money going?
Which, by the way, no other president can say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president that could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid for it many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
Where is that money going?
It goes toward running the country.
No, it's the U.S. The money that the U.S. is taking in. Where is that
From Venezuela, goes toward running the country. It can go to the military. Congress has to approve it. Congress doesn't like approving money for the military. They like giving it to things that shouldn't be done. But we're taking in a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars from Venezuela.
Billions and billions.
With the Iranian assets, you said that Iranian assets will be used to
What are they playing on the TV in the
damages
background?
to ships that
That's
are
right.
in the Strait of Hormuz. Would the U.S. pay shipping companies directly?
No, we're going to use Iran's money to pay for the damage they did. In other words, the Iran money that we control will be used to pay for damages. Sound good? Not bad, right? He should be a reporter. Okay. Any other questions?
Shouldn't be a reporter.
FOMC is meeting this week.
And by the way, we're going to Michigan. The car companies are doing better than they've ever done.
Yeah, again, they're on a plane to go to Michigan. You'd think anybody could even ask about that. You could ask about World War III. You could ask about Ukraine and hitting the Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. You could ask them about anything to do with the plane ride you're currently on. And instead you're like, do you hate the Secretary of War as much as I do?
Many plants are being built.
Oh,
in the United
Samantha,
States.
sit down.
Next year, Toyota just agreed to come in, move its entire operation out of Mexico and into the United States. They'll be opening, I guess, the largest plant in the world, somebody said, but because of tariffs and because of me. All because of Trump. So it's been pretty amazing, actually.
The Federal Reserve is meeting this week. They've not hit the inflation target set. They've not hit the 2%.
Well, we had a very good inflation report the other day.
Are you worried that the
Costs are going
Just
down
bagging all that
rapidly.
money.
Don't forget,
Thanks.
I inherited these. I haven't been here very long. I inherited the worst inflation in history from Biden. But costs are going down rapidly, and as soon as the war is over, you're gonna see a big drop.
Are you worried that the Fed's going to hike rates to counter?
Well, they have a board, and Kevin's fantastic, but he's got a board, and the board members are very political, I would say. So, we fight our way through the race because we're doing so well. But, no, he's got a board. He wants to do the right thing. I know what he wants to do. But you need the consent of some people that have perhaps bad intentions. Rates should be lowered. This country could be at 8%, 9%, 10%, 12% GDP. That's what it should be. We have other countries that are paying less interest rates, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. It's ridiculous. And they call them elite. We have other countries. I don't want to really mention names of countries, but I could give you plenty. That they take money out of the U.S., and because of that, they get a lower interest rate than we do. And it shouldn't be that way. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. I could take the money that these countries are making, put it into our portfolio, and we should have the lowest interest rate in the world, like it used to be 30 years ago. We always paid the lowest rate. If you take a look at like Switzerland, where we have a $30 billion deficit, I could wipe out that deficit overnight. got to be money that would actually indirectly come to us. So we got a lot of interesting things going, but our country is the strongest we've ever been. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world. And frankly, we're being very nice to a lot of countries that would not survive without us. And you know who wouldn't survive without us? Israel. Bibi's coming, he'll tell you. If I didn't get involved and if I didn't blow up those nuclear, essentially soon-to-be nuclear weapons, the dust, as I call it,
The dust, as I
Israel
call
would
it.
have been terminated months
Oh,
ago,
no.
and years ago. I didn't terminate the Obama horrible agreement.
I don't know that we care anymore. Israel's in last place on our political poll, guys.
On F-35s to Turkey, are you going to tell
Say what?
Prime Minister Netanyahu opposes sending F-35s to Turkey? Are you going to tell
Well,
them?
now look, Turkey's been a great ally for me. You know, I think he's done a very good job. Did a good job with Syria. He's a friend of mine, and nobody tells me what we should be selling. And now Turkey's been a tremendous ally for me. It was up to Turkey. Turkey's not a big fan of Israel. You know that, right? And not a big fan of Bibi. But they've been great for me. Turkey has been great. Very powerful country, by the way. Tremendous military, very big military, very powerful military. Has a lot of great equipment.
Does Netanyahu want you to strike a deal on Iran? Or does he want you to keep attacking?
He's been fighting. Bibi has been great. I'm not going to say it. He was a wartime prime minister. We did very well together. And if you look at Iran now, they're 8% of what they were 4 months ago. They're 8% of what they were 4 months ago. So we'll see how this all comes out. Okay?
On the Senate, on the SAVE Act, why do you want the U.S. Senate to stay in town? Shouldn't they be out across the country?
Why? What a stupid question for you
Shouldn't
to
they be
ask.
out be campaigning though?
What a stupid question. For Jennifer to ask such a stupid, she's a smart person. I knew her all the way back in the Iowa days when she said Trump's going to win. And boy, was she right. So listen, why do I want? The SAVE Act has to be done. They shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party. And frankly, you know, if you look at it, the SAVE Act is going to be voted against by all Democrats, just so we know. We have some Republicans that I will not comment on, a few of them, probably 4, that we probably won't get the vote. I'd like to comment on them, but I have too much sense to do it. The Democrats are going to vote 100% against voter identification and proof of citizenship. 100%. They want your taxes to go up. They want men playing in women's sports. They want open border for the world's criminals to pour into our country. And yet, despite all of that, we have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country since 1900 with murders. With all of that, with all of the 25 million people, many of them criminals that the Democrats let in. Well, they just announced this morning they want an open border policy where the world's criminals can pour into our country. I think they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. Any other question?
On China, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said last week the administration's going to look into whether Chinese AI models are distilling from U.S. models.
Yeah, well,
Do you
they'll
think
look.
China's stealing American ideas?
Well, you know, they're looking at us and we're looking at them. But we're leading now, China.
They're looking at us and we're looking at them. And then they're looking at us
We're
again.
leading everybody and everything. We have a country that's doing well. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hey, did you have another question? We're looking at them and they're looking at us and we're looking at them. And thank you very much, people. I'll see you guys when we get off the plane. Wow. All right. President Trump isn't up speaking yet at the motorsports. So let's get him. We had a test track with Donald Trump. So let's check this out. This was moments ago. Donald Trump got a man tested a car in front of him or something. I think he's with Melania today, if I remember correctly. Okay, so this is the first thing we got up. Views the drag race. So this is him viewing the drag
Gallagher
race.
Orthodontics is
All right, here we go. So here's Trump coming out. GM Motorsports. And again, all these companies are completely failing. And the only one that's successful is Elon. And he's kind of pushed Elon away because Elon's, I guess, making a good car. All right, so there they are chatting. Chit-chat with the people. He walks up here. He stands. Let's see here. Anything?
Hope you enjoyed the show. Let's hear it for our drivers.
So I guess he drove a car in front of Trump. Wow. Okay. And now we're gonna do the tour, and then we'll stay on the tour until he jumps in live. He's gonna be live in a few minutes here. Get about 10 minutes until he's live with the speech. Oh wait, this is the live feed. What the fuck though? That's not what I wanted. I wanted I hate C-SPAN when it does that. Fox News. Oh no, that's the speech live. Where the fuck is it? Come on, my guys. No, we're still just waiting for him. I guess they're just doing that in two different ways. All right, let's jump into the news for a second then, for the day, while we wait for Donald Trump to go live. He's gonna be live in a minute here. We got a little bit up first here. Iran-Trump
so
war
far
from
paused
CNN.
Strikes for the third day in a row. No strikes from either side. After
Remember,
nearly
we are like
2
10
straight
minutes
weeks of
away
nightly
from
bombing.
Donald Trump
and
speaking
this
live
comes as
at
U.S. officials, including the
Michigan's
chairman of the
GM
Joint Chiefs
Motor
of Staff,
Speedway.
General Dan Kane, are warning about the dwindling supply of U.S. air defense munitions. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations also weighing in, saying President Trump is giving diplomatic efforts a chance.
What the president is doing right now, as we've seen all along, is giving some talks some space. Talks are ongoing. They're happening at...
Wait, you keep lying about the poll you're doing. Vance has more than 3 times the votes of Newsom, yet it's almost tied percentage-wise. Oh, I forgot. You're a leftist and you can't count. I'm so confused. So I'm manipulating it in favor of J.D. Vance because I'm a leftist? The fuck?
every level.
Bro, what?
CNN's Zach Cohen is joining me now. Zach, he also said that the U.S. ambassador to the UN, that the troops have all they need when it comes to this fight with Iran. But we're hearing about these dwindling munitions. What's the sense of what's going on here, Zach?
Still just waiting for Donald Trump to go
Sarah,
live.
Ambassador Waltz did say that the U.S. has all the munitions it needs, but that does not line up with what we've been reporting, frankly, since back in April, when analysts and Pentagon data has shown that the Pentagon's munition stockpile, including these key missile defense systems, are running low because of the high frequency with which they're being used during this war with Iran. And while the White House and the Trump administration is arguing that this temporary pause over the last 3 days is intended to give space for diplomacy, we've learned new details about a consequential meeting that took place at the White House on Friday when discussions were being had about potentially escalating the conflict with Iran. All of the president's top advisors were in the room, we're told, and there were some hard truths laid out for the president by...
Okay, it looks like we got that. It looks like they fixed their... Looks like they fixed their linkage. All right. We'll see. Maybe it'll go live again, but it looks like this is the right one. Damn it, it is. It's still fucking... All right, never mind. Sorry, guys.
Both Vice President J.D. Vance and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Dan Kane, both of them warning about potential concerns related to the options for escalating this conflict. And Kane, in particular, pointed to these warnings about the U.S.'s diminishing stockpile of key munitions, saying that if the U.S. continues to use them at the clip that they've been using them so far in this conflict, they may not have enough for the next war, especially if it's against an adversary like China or Russia. Now, this is just one of the concerns, we're told, that was raised during this meeting on Friday that ultimately preceded the ongoing temporary pause. The other concerns that were raised included potentially massive amounts of civilian casualties inside Iran if the U.S. were to follow through with Trump's threat to strike civilian infrastructure, things like power plants and bridges, things of that nature. We're also told that concerns about retaliation against Gulf energy infrastructure and a broader regional escalation were also mentioned. So ultimately, those concerns all taken into account seem to have led to this current pause, but there's still so many questions about whether or not diplomacy can ultimately get back on track and bring an end to this war.
This reporting that CNN has, I was just speaking about with Betsy, about the concerns raised by Vice President Vance and General Kane, concerns specifically about munition stockpiles.
We will go live to Donald Trump soon as he gets on
that
stage.
On aid that the U.S. has given to Ukraine. A, it doesn't seem like it's that simple, but I'll let you answer that question. But B, what does this tell you about the overall impact on U.S. military readiness?
Well, there's certainly an impact, Erica, on U.S. military readiness, no doubt about it. But let's put things into perspective. When you look at the expenditure of Patriot missile munitions in Ukraine, you're talking in the hundreds of Patriot missiles that like PAC-3 type missiles that the Ukrainians have used. Compare that to as many as 1,430 Patriot missiles that were sent off in the war against Iran. So the U.S. itself has used a considerable number of munitions in this Iran conflict, Operation Epic Fury, and both pre and subsequent operations. So we really have to figure out the defense industrial base in this country. There are serious concerns. General Kane and the Vice President are absolutely right about that. The key question, though, is that we have a long lead time in putting all these weapon systems together, building them, manufacturing them,
we get it.
Money allocated for them, and then of course finally getting them into the field. So those are the kinds of things that have to be fixed. The Pentagon is making strides in that direction, but the key thing here is also this. There were efforts under the Biden administration and before even the first Trump administration to do some of this, but there have been some holdups, some of them congressionally induced, some of them bureaucratic inertia that have prevented that. But if the U.S. had decided to focus on Ukraine, for example, instead of Iran, we probably wouldn't be in this situation.
Guys, remember, we will go live to Donald Trump making remarks at General Motors in Milford, Michigan. We are about 5 minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage. When he takes the stage, we will go live.
Talk about where things stand then now with CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's also the author of the new book coming out, Brink, Inside the Race to Free the October Hostages. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about, they're in a pause moment. That seems to be, I think, the only clear thing when it comes to the status of this war, because 2 weeks of U.S. bombing runs on Iran have seemed to fail to break the deadlock over the Strait of Hormuz still. And now you have reporting that there's this concern that was raised this week about further depleting munition stockpiles if the president escalates this further. How do they navigate a path forward now, Brett? What do you see here?
You'll chill Bob Ross Jr. back?
Kate, it's tough. We're 5 months tomorrow. We'll be at the 5-month mark of when this conflict started. And I had a saying when I used to work in the White House for various presidents, from General Eisenhower when he was president. He used to say, before we talk about decisive military action, lay out all the facts cold and hard. And it appears from the reporting from CNN and elsewhere that this meeting late last week did that and said, here are all the factors as we consider next steps. That's good. That's exactly the type of information a president should be getting. It's probably the type of meeting that should have been had before this started. But where are we now? I would call this, Kate, a tactical pause. I think we had 13 nights of strikes. There are back channels open through Oman and other to try to get the strait back to where it was before those strikes started 2 weeks ago. And that, I'm told, that making some progress. So a tactical pause, let's see where we are, see if diplomacy can get somewhere. But otherwise, we're still kind of stuck because the key variable remains the Strait of Hormuz. And if Iran is not going to is going to maintain that the Strait of Hormuz is its sovereign territory, it controls what goes through the strait, I don't see Washington accepting that, nor do the Gulf states accept that, and therefore you're kind of stuck. So it's a big week, Kate. We got visits coming to Washington. Netanyahu's here, Zelensky's here. We'll see the diplomacy go, but right now, tactical pause.
Tomorrow is Netanyahu,
guys. Things
guys.
Stand right now, and do you think that this
visits
pause
the
in the strikes could perhaps lead to some diplomatic progress?
The pause in the strikes, of course, is welcome, particularly for people, civilians who are caught in this war. It is an indication that the U.S. administration wants to give talks a chance to succeed, and they have said that holding back is giving the diplomats that chance. However, the Iranian side has clearly activated the Houthi militants in Yemen. When the war started in February, the Houthis largely have stayed out of it. This goes back to the Iranian playbook, which is to use different proxies at different times to exert pressure. And this is more familiar territory for the Iranians. Usually they would not get so directly involved in conflict, but have one of their proxies really apply pressure, which is what we're seeing the Houthis trying to do. But also we have a couple of militant groups inside of Iraq also now saying that they will enter the fray. So it's a very cautious moment to say that we are at a return to the ceasefire. Not fully there yet, but it has been good to see 3 nights of no direct military action from the American side or the Iranian side.
Look how crazy this is, guys. Ukraine is bombing Iranian vessels in the Caspian Sea, and CNN is over here going, it's been 3 days of no American attacks. Like, are you guys delusional?
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you mentioned the civilians too. On all
We're letting Ukraine attack Iran right now.
Just seeing one escalation after another for nearly 2 weeks. So then, in your view and your assessment, how long do you think this pause is likely to last?
It's not a pause. We're using Ukraine.
The pause will last as long as there is hope for the talks
There's not a pause right now.
Change the dynamic. The concern is that the pause only then allows one side or the other to drag it out. There is very little trust from the Gulf here, from the wider Arab world, and the U.S. when it comes to the seriousness of the Iranian side to actually bring about a diplomatic resolution. So with very little trust, we don't know how long this can last before, again, this flare-up started because Iran targeted vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So as long as there can be an agreement not to escalate, let's not forget, we're still in the 60-day window that ends on the 17th of August that was set by the Memorandum of Understanding to get to a longer-term deal. We're nowhere near.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's already out the window. We're not doing the peace deal anymore.
Getting to that longer-term
world are you living
agreement and deal. And so how long it lasts will depend on how serious all sides are, and particularly whether Iranians will stick to what they signed up to in the Memorandum of Understanding, which is to allow the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz.
And it will soon now be, 5 months since both the U.S. and Israel carried out those initial rounds of attacks, starting this conflict. And I say this because soon we'll see those two leaders of those two countries.
We will be live with Donald Trump soon as he arrives on stage. We're still waiting
Israeli
for it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heading back to Washington, meeting with President Trump. What will you be looking out for as these two leaders meet? And I'm sure what happens in that meeting will largely determine what the next chapter in this conflict may be.
Absolutely. It will be important to see what they come out with in terms of statements, but also what is the strategy when it comes for the American interests in this
They don't
war.
even know what the hell is going on.
Not necessarily the same as the interests.
This is why you have to get the news from
Prime
YouTube
Minister
now, guys.
Netanyahu,
It's crazy.
of course, is
They're
always
like 2
thinking
days
about
behind.
the next elections and what would
This came
suit
out
him
this
best
morning.
as a wartime.
How are you going to
Prime
sit out
Minister
here
of
and talk
Israel.
this way? Like,
So it'll be
oh my
important to
God, you
see
guys are
only
like 3 days
how they
behind the
deal
story.
with Iran, but also Lebanon has been incredibly important. President Trump just received the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, in the White House. And the Lebanese desperately want to see Israel withdraw from Lebanese territories, but also to have peace come back to Lebanon. So I think the Lebanon element will be important. But of course, the bigger agenda item is Iran. Palestine, unfortunately, will likely not really be top of the agenda in these meetings, but it is important for the wider dynamic in this region. When it comes to Iran, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very hawkish, whereas we've seen that President Trump is keen to get to a diplomatic resolution. We've seen them have disagreements before.
Okay. Let's see if we can. Let's see if Asmongold is live right now. What he's jumping into over on the Twitterverse, if he's live right now, that is. The fuck? Why is it doing this to me? Oh, he's not live today. He's not even here today. That's why y'all are here today. You're like, what's going on? What do I do? Oh, here's Donald Trump. Let's do this. Here we go. This is him moments ago touring the new military vehicles they're going to sell him. Once he gets live on stage, we will go live to him on stage. Donald Trump buying new military equipment for World War III. Got to knock on it. Got to make sure it works. Oh, it's a military golf cart. Oh no, it's a Corvette. There's like enough of these fucking military things. I want the Corvette. What we got here? So show him another one. He's gonna get inside this guy. He's not allowed to drive a vehicle though. It's illegal for a person to drive.
Obviously the package and the distance will be different, but
and then that was it. So he just like walked around for a second. All right, when he goes live, we will go live with him. Let's go back to the news. Let's see what else is going on right now. We got some other stuff in the news. Trump delivers remarks to General Motors. That's that. We already got that. We're coming to it. U.S. pauses strike in Iran.
Paused strikes.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Straight days.
It's not a pause. We just stopped bombing them when we started using Ukraine to bomb them.
Of attacks. Regional sources tell CBS News there's been progress in diplomatic talks on the Strait of Hormuz. Omani officials were in Tehran over the weekend for discussions. Meanwhile, public support for the war is on the decline. You're looking at fresh news, CBS News polling, which finds a majority of Americans feel uncertain or frustrated about the conflict. 37% of Americans say the war is going very or somewhat well. Back in March, that number was higher. It was 43%. Democratic and Republican lawmakers remain divided.
Let's stop the devastation to our economy, which is raising gas prices all across the board. That's what we've got to do. Sit down, negotiate. Let's end this war.
Just cut the losses where they are.
Yes.
That would be a huge, huge mistake.
Exactly.
I don't think we ought to just cut and run. If we can.
But the way that they clip that to make it look like he's a warmonger, no, he was like, "What are you supposed to do? Just pull out, like Joe Biden, just fucking blow everything up?"
Stand the pain of the rising cost of energy. We need to stay the course, at least for a few more months.
CBS News politics reporter Catherine Watson joins us from our D.C. bureau with more on this. Catherine, good morning. What are we learning about current diplomatic efforts between the U.S. and Iran that gave space for this pause?
Good morning, Errol. Yeah, U.S. strikes on Iran have been paused for the last few days. The last one was Thursday night. And the Iranian military said it has halted attacks on allied countries in the Middle East. That pause is happening while the Omanis have been talking with Tehran about reopening the Strait of Hormuz, about the mechanics surrounding that. The Omanis have been kind of a go-between of sorts for negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. And two regional sources told CBS News that those talks are showing some progress. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, said the pause in strikes is giving diplomacy time and space to be able to work. Let's listen to him on Face the Nation over the weekend.
He is a president of peace. He is giving diplomacy a chance. We'll see over the next coming days. But make no mistake, additional military assets are moving into the region. They should believe the president. The regime should believe the president when he says they're locked and loaded, and all options are on the table.
But Errol, even though the Omanis and the Iranians are talking, the Iranians are not standing down. Iranian state TV reported that the IRGC stopped 6 vessels trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz on routes Iran hasn't approved. And Iran's foreign minister on Sunday warned that Tehran would respond to a deadly attack by Ukraine on an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea. And all this is happening, Errol, as Americans' pessimism over the war has grown. In that CBS News poll that you mentioned that came out over the weekend, only 19% of Americans said they're optimistic about the war. Errol?
Yeah, I'm going to dig into that data right now. Catherine, what's in D.C.? Thank you, Catherine. CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director Anthony Salvanto is here with me in studio to break down all of your fresh new CBS News polling. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning.
Elaborate. Tell us more about how Americans currently feel about the war with Iran.
We're still waiting for Trump to go live. When he goes live with his speech, we will get to it. But right now, because Donald Trump isn't live, and this is a populist channel, let's go to Mamdani earlier at a state-run grocery store. He's opening up his state-run grocery store today, guys. Communism is real.
It's an honor to be at the Campaign Against Hunger with so many friends and partners. I want to put food on their table.
To be here at the Campaign Against Hunger with so many friends and partners. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Melanie Samuels? For welcoming us here and for your lifetime of service to the people of New York. You know, for nearly 30 years, you have led the fight against hunger here in our city, growing this operation from a small emergency food program to a leading food distributor.
We did it, guys. We got one state-run grocery store that gives us 30% off. Produce only via 30% sticker behind him.
Thousands of New Yorkers each year and provides programming on how to live a healthier life. I also want to acknowledge leaders here from our administration, our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, Julie Su.
Promises made, promises sort of kept.
And our incredible interim President and CEO, Jeannie Pak of the Economic Development Corporation. And I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge a future assembly member here in the crowd.
They're trying to appease all the
Christian Celeste.
Obviously. That's why he was condemning Netanyahu too. It's like.
And we are here today speaking of leaders in government, outside of government, and we also know that alongside us today are so many leaders, whether they have been in civil service or also we have organized labor who is here with us, RWDSU, Unite Near Local 100. And we come together. And I ask that we begin by reflecting on the number 30, its history, its significance, and its future here in New York City. A token to ride the subway cost 30 cents in 1970, which was a 50% increase from the previous year that sparked outcry, protests, and led to 12 arrests. The digits 30 have been donned by some of our most beloved athletes, from the Liberties' Breonna Stewart, to the Yankees' Willie Randolph, to the Rangers' Henrik Lundqvist. And researchers estimate that at least 30% of grocery stores across the 5 boroughs are currently playing the song Drops of Jupiter at this very moment. However, we know that for many New Yorkers, 30% of the...
Bro, you missed by a mile. Whoa, what was that?
Grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%, in fact. Talk to shoppers around the city, and you'll often hear the same frustration. Wages have not kept up. Making matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs, for the same gallon of milk. All of this leaves too many New Yorkers feeling like grocery.
All right, we're going live. Let's get going live to him. Donald Trump is live, y'all. The White House is live. Let's go.
To welcome all of you, including our distinguished guests, and especially President Donald J. Trump. On the tracks and in our labs, we test everything we
I gotta give it to her.
from trucks that move America.
Retarded. God, why is X so retarded? YouTube's a little behind, but it doesn't matter. It's better than.
Thank you very much. Today marks our first presidential visit to the Milford Proving Ground. And it is my honor to welcome all of you, including our distinguished guests, and especially President Donald J. Trump. On the tracks and in our labs, we test everything we build in the U.S., from trucks that move America to technology that will...
Guys, I just got a notification from somebody that's been chatting in the chat. They said, you got on your live. I wasn't being out of line with any Trump supporters. When they go low, I can go a hell of a lot lower, but you can put me on timeout. That's not cool. Let's try to make sure that we're not regulating people too long unless they're really doing something stupid like spamming or death threats, that kind of stuff. Keep the conversations going. It keeps the live stream flowing.
We employ more people than any other automaker in the U.S.
But if he deserved it, he
and we will spend more than
deserved
$16 billion this year on manufacturing and research and development. This reflects our continued strong commitment to the United States. So thank you all for being here today.
Okay, what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I can't play Glenn Greenwald because it's like literally gonna remove it. Well, it already heard 2 seconds, so it's gonna like try to ban the entire stream later.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be back. I love this place. I won this place. It's beautiful. This beautiful state. We won by a lot. Great to be back in Michigan, and hello to the men and women of General Motors. And before we begin, I have to say, I had a wonderful father, right? And he was a hard worker. He was in the real estate business. And for him, super luxury. This is all he didn't want planes. They didn't have planes in those days, I don't think. He didn't want anything. You know what he wanted? A Cadillac every 2 years. This was to him. This was.
Why don't you talk about how he drove you around
for
your newspaper route in the Cadillac?
Greatest thing. And
how about that?
He got every 2 years, like you could count on it. You could set your clocks by it. And by the way, speaking of that, let's get rid of daylight saving time stuff, okay? We have a bill in. Hopefully the Senate's going to approve that one. The House approved it, and we're going to get rid of that, just to mention, it's called the weave, right? We always get back to the right subject. But anyway, I did. I had a father, his luxury Mary, his super, that's all he wanted. He just wanted a brand new Cadillac, and I have to tell you a little secret. He had it stretched a little bit. This way he could be his own chauffeur. He wouldn't have to hire a chauffeur. He could drive it himself, or he could have somebody else, but he could also drive it himself. Did you ever hear that? This could be a new concept for a car. But I had a wonderful father, and he loved Cadillac, and I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state, and I'm honored to be the first sitting president to visit one of the most storied places in the history of American automaking, and that's the world-famous General Motors Proving Ground. And we just got back. We watched some cars, and they are beautiful cars, but I was also impressed with, that was the largest piece of asphalt I think I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of big asphalt, but I've never seen one that big. I said, you gotta be kidding. But over 100 years, General Motors carved a 5.5-mile test track out of Michigan earth and built a crucible for American cars that would change the world, and that's what happened. You have changed the world, and maybe more importantly, you have made a comeback like very few companies. You are doing really well, and Mary and your whole group have done a fantastic job. They love their cars. One of the top executives I just met, he was showing, he said, sir, I just love the cars. I just love these cars. And I thought that was nice. This land bears the tire marks of every model of the legendary Chevy Corvette. It bears the scars of the first auto safety test, and that was probably pretty tough. And ever since the presidency of the late, great Ronald Reagan, who in all fairness, who I liked, But he did allow our cars to disappear into Japan and other locations. We cannot do it. We love him.
Disappear into other locations.
Trump
What
is
the fuck are you talking about?
Much better.
Our cars disappear.
But this facility is proudly designed, built, and tested. The presidential limousine, affectionately known as the Beast. Have you heard of it, Mr. Mayor? I want to thank the CEO of General Motors, Mary Barra, as well as the president, Mark Royce, and the entire leadership team. Mark, really great job. The whole leadership team, the job that you've done over the last number of years especially has been incredible, and it's a display of speed and skill. Horsepower goes into these cars, and everyone's talking about General Motors, including me. That's why I'm here. And more importantly, thank you to the auto workers, the technicians, the mechanics, the welders, the engineers of General Motors, because there's no finer group of people.
Oh, sorry, guys.
And it was workers like you who built this country, and now it's the men and women like you who are making it bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We are doing unbelievably well as a country. We're building more auto factories and more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And someday the fake news is going to be writing stories about it. They don't like to write those stories. That's why they call them the fake news. But for decades, the auto workers and manufacturers of this great state were sold out and betrayed by globalist politicians and corrupt special interests who let other countries steal your jobs, pillage your factories, and loot the crown jewels of American industry from Detroit and all over our country. They were ripping us off, not only in the auto business, but in many other businesses. Every president before me promised to stop it, but none of them did anything. They did nothing.
Nothing.
But now,
at
long last, Michigan finally has a president who stands up for Michigan auto workers and puts America first.
The savior is here.
You know, you had a leader, I don't know if he's still with you, Sean Fain or something. This guy was bad news. I never spoke to him, never saw him. He was a Democrat. He thought that Biden or Kamala would be wonderful. You would have, Mary, I hate to say it, you wouldn't have an auto industry right now if they got elected. You wouldn't have an auto industry. But I don't know what happened to the guy. Somebody said he got fired, but I can tell you, the people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they would agree. Today, I'm proud to say that the auto industry is back, and America is back, and it's pulling Detroit and Michigan along with it.
We're going to keep the audio going on this, but I want to go to the second hour of our poll, guys.
But you have some great representatives that are going to become governor,
Let's go to our second hour poll. Keep listening.
Congressmen, women. But you have some great people. I'm going to mention them in a second, because under Sleepy Joe Biden, hold it. What's better, Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Let's go. Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden.
Crooked, yeah.
They're both true. They're both
Crooked's getting better, though.
The United States had the highest trade deficit ever recorded. So we had the worst trade deficit, and our country was losing more than $1 trillion a year on trade.
Get your vote
every
in.
single
Second
year.
hour
It got
starts
worse
now.
and worse. And if they were in there now, that number would be close to $2 trillion. The trade deficit in automobiles was more than $300 billion annually. That means outside countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind. And it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers.
A protester, somebody's screaming.
Including a 25% tariff
kicked out.
on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do.
That's the problem, though. You got to be loud. You got to be like me. You got to be assertive if you're going to do it. He's not acknowledging him. Well, he's looking at it.
He's a communist.
He's a communist. There you go. Yep, you got it. You call him. He's a communist. Called the protester communist.
Thank you.
Right
He's
there.
a communist.
There we go.
We're running against communists. Now, this is great. What's
It's
going
76%
on?
approval on the non-socialist ticket.
No,
So
I didn't even hear the guy.
It's a good move.
I
didn't even hear the guy. I just know he's a communist.
You see what they want to do?
They want to be communists.
You see what they want to do?
You see that?
They
You
want
see
to
it?
take your
You see
houses.
it?
They want to do things that nobody's ever even
Communism.
thought of before. They want to take.
You see that? He just stood up and he said something that was different than everybody else's opinion. Communism.
Your money. They want to raise your tax up to 80%.
We know.
I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, so we'll keep it that way. And I said this morning, they also want to fire the police. They don't want police and they don't want prisons anymore. I think that's a great idea. Does everybody like that idea? No police. They want no police and they want no prisons. Where are these people coming from? But I also put a 25% tariff on all foreign trucks. So I called Mary about a year ago and I said, I hear that foreign trucks are killing us. She said, that's true. I said, congratulations. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on the foreign trucks. And you are doing a phenomenal business now with trucks.
Trucks.
So they were killing us
You
in
should have done
trucks,
that.
and now we're killing them. My policy is simple. If you make your truck or your car in a foreign country, you have to pay for the privilege of sending it into our market and making a lot of money. But if you build in a factory in Michigan or someplace in our country and make your automobiles or trucks right here in America, you pay zero taxes, zero tariff. You pay zero.
That's garbage.
Tariff. There are no tariffs.
Anybody
And
loving
we've
their
taken
GM
in hundreds
vehicle?
of billions of dollars for the country aside from it, but we keep a
I got
lot.
a Tesla,
As an
it drives
example,
itself.
Europe is being taken over by the Chinese cars. You know that, right? Mercedes-Benz is being absolutely decimated. BMW, good companies, decimated. Volkswagen, decimated. They don't do anything about it.
We're talking about GM, bro.
We don't have, to the best of my
Everybody's faces
knowledge,
like that,
Mary,
right?
one Chinese
That's 'cause
car
we
in the
mentioned
country.
BMW
They have a
around here.
100% tariff, and our automakers are doing, I think, business like you've never done before, right? Right? You're doing more business, better business, bigger business than you've ever done before. In 18 months, we've slashed our trade deficit with China by the largest amount in history. Nobody can believe it. You know, if you get it down a half a point, it's a lot. We got our trade deficit down by 71%. 71%. Worldwide. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. Everybody is respecting us. You know, they respect us again. They respect the United States. I think they respect us more than they've ever. We did this in a year
If I
and a
make
half.
myself look insane, will more
In
people show up?
4 long years of sleepy Joe Biden and his crazy administration, they're communists. They were communists. That was the
More
beginning.
communism.
He wasn't, because he had no idea what the hell was
He
happening.
didn't know what was going on, but everybody else is a
They
communist.
said, Joe, let's go communist. He said, what is that exactly? They got less than $1 trillion. So think of it. In 4 years, they had investment of less than $1 trillion. 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In 1 year, my administration secured commitments of more than $19.2 trillion from all over the globe.
I can't
Think
freeze
of
it
that.
up.
1 year, 19.2.
Too much moisture. It's not afroing.
If they got in, and they were essentially, they didn't think of themselves
I'm
as
gonna put a different hat
communists,
on.
but they
I
were.
don't
But
like the
now
red
you have
hat.
down and out
Establishes
communists.
too
I mean,
much.
these people are down and out. And remember, you go communist, nothing good happens. That's been proven for 1,000 years using different names. But right here in Michigan, General Motors is expanding operations at its Factory Zero. Do you know what Factory Zero is? What the hell does that mean, Mary? Factory Zero. You're going to have to explain. In Detroit to produce some of America's most iconic vehicles, including the Chevy, well, I hear it's good.
Gatorland. How about that?
Silverado,
Is that
right?
better?
Silverado, really hot, right? It's going to be hotter after today. The GMC Sierra, the world famous Hummer. I got to look at some of these. In fact, I said to Mary, how about sending me a couple? And one and only the Escalade. You know, we ordered, I think, 250 Escalades, right? We ordered 250 Escalades. That's so we look sharp in those cavalcades, you know? We look sharp in those Escalades. Our guys are very spoiled. They're very spoiled. They like the Escalade, so do I. They were great to do.
Relax, bro.
Like literally 250 of them. And it was
off.
about time. In 2026, GM increased truck and SUV production by 20%.
Jerry,
in the past 2 years, the company has invested $9 billion in bringing factories home to the USA. They're coming back home because, frankly, when they build here, there's no tariff. It's really not complicated. A lot of people don't understand that. They say, oh, what does it mean? They have no idea. They don't have a clue. But Mary understood it. Her whole group understood it, and they're coming back home where they belong. So I just want to congratulate General Motors. That's why I'm here today. I'm very proud of General Motors. For years, you watch companies move production from America down to Mexico. Mexico.
Mexico.
I love the way there's a very nice president of
Mexico.
Mexico. You know that. She's very nice, and she speaks beautifully, and she calls it Mexico. So I said to a group the other day, and we will stop all business going to Mexico, and they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. It didn't come out as well, Sean. It didn't come out as well. This is a great gentleman, heads up transportation. He's also world championship tree climber, 5-time champion tree climber. Can you imagine? I only hire these crazy people that do things like that. He was the lumberjack. He was the world champion going up a tree 100 feet, right? That's high. I saw an old picture of you doing it. I said, he's crazy. That's why I like him. But he's a 5-time world champion. You know who that is. So, and his wife maybe is even superior, a big star of television, Rachel. She's doing all right. Sean Duffy, Rachel Campus Duffy. But, you know, I liked him a lot. I always liked him. But when I heard he was a world champion of a tree, but any kind of world champion I'm okay with.
No, that was
when you're a world champion of anything, but that's pretty good. But down in Mexico, and they're coming back, and production's moving from Mexico, and companies are actually moving production from Mexico back to America. Before they left, they went the other way. Now
Adam,
they're all coming back.
Club.
Toyota, Hyundai, and others are relocating production back to the U.S. Ford is investing $3 billion. Brian, come here. Get up here, Brian, will you please? He's the only guy that believed me. But boy, did he believe me. I wanted to just hop over. Come on, don't worry about it, Secret Service. He's okay. Come on up here, Brian. See the way he can do that? Look at that. He evaded Secret. I'm sure they're thrilled. Come here, say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we can thank this gentleman right here for all these jobs coming back, and I hear it all the time from all my connections at all the different auto plants around the Metro Detroit area. Jobs are coming back to America. You know, Kamala Harris was running against this guy when he ran for re-election. She wanted to get rid of the internal combustion engine, and crazy Sean Fain endorsed her. So we've got to change the mindset. We've got to build, if they want to sell in our market, they got to build it in our market. And that's what this guy told them. So thank you, Mr. President. It's because of you. You saved our domestic auto industry. Thank you.
Look at the arms of that guy. I don't know. He's been, you know, he's been with me from day one. The first time he said years ago. And I think I produced, Brian, would you say I produced even more than I said, right? Yes, sir. Even more. Yeah, exceeded expectations.
He's so excited.
We like that. Thank you, Brian. He's a great guy, and he's got a group of followers that are unbelievable. Where are they? Oh, yeah, there they are. He's got a great group of people. But for decades, we were told that it was totally impossible to bring back American manufacturing. Obama would say it. Remember Barack Hussein Obama? Obama. He was so bad for the auto industry. I don't know, you know. Honestly, I don't know how you vote for Democrats because they are so bad for the industry. But it turned out that all you really needed to get him back was a new president, somebody that understood business, understood what it was all about. I've been complaining about it for many years. On day one, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate that would have crushed the U.S. auto industry forever, would have never come back. Remember that? Everybody was supposed to have an electric car within, 15 minutes.
Mine is great. I don't pay for any gas during your
And I
shitty
don't
war.
want to say this in front of Mary because she'll change your mind, but it takes far fewer people to build an electric car. That doesn't mean they work better, but it takes. And if you want an electric car, they make electric cars too. But if you want to buy a combustion, if you want to buy anything you want, they make. We don't want to do that stuff, but right now we've been right on that bet. I said, no, it's not going to happen that way. I terminated Biden's disastrous cafe fuel standards. You know what that is? That was a short road to bankruptcy for every single car company in this country and a total disaster that would have killed the internal combustion engine. They wanted it dead within 5 years. As long as I'm president, that will never happen, but it's going in the opposite direction. Remember, we have a 1,000-year supply of gasoline. China doesn't. China doesn't. We have 1,000 years. We have more gasoline. We have more oil. Now, when you add Venezuela to it, we really have more oil. One day. And Venezuela's been great. They've been doing a great job. We're working with them. Take millions and millions of barrels of oil.
Wasn't
they're
grown
doing
in Michigan.
well, and we're doing well.
Imported
One day,
from Mexico to Michigan.
A lot of people were against that war. We don't want the Venezuela. What are you doing? What are you doing? After we won in about 48 minutes approximately. They said, oh, that was a good move. Well, the same thing's happening in Iran. People just don't see it. We have destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We've destroyed their leadership. We've destroyed their anti-aircraft weaponry. Their drones are being made at a rate of about 7%. We destroyed most of their drone manufacturing capability, their missile manufacturing capability. And right now they're talking to us about making a deal. But if we didn't do it tough, there would be no talk. For 47 years, which is really 50, because people have been using 47 years for 3 years at least.
Or tariff.
But for 47 to 50 years, they have been talking, and all they do is tap everyone along. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they were the bully of us. And Obama came along and gave them tens of billions of dollars. He gave them $1.7 billion in green cash. Remember that? Put them on a Boeing 757, flew it to Tehran. $1.7 billion in green. He thought he could bribe them, and instead they thought, what a stupid country this is. How stupid. No, you can't bribe them. You got to beat them, and we're beating the hell out of them. But we'll see how it turns out. Right now, they have very friendly negotiations going on. And by the way, how good is our Navy with a blockade? Not one boat gets in. We have a blockade. They'd love us to, please, we don't want the blockade anymore. They're saying, please, please, no blockade. And I approved the single largest deregulatory action in American history, repealing what is known as the endangerment finding, which will save American families an average of almost $3,000 on new cars, SUVs, and trucks. What a difference.
SUVs and trucks.
And today I'm giving all American car companies the right to build
vehicles.
what are known as tiny cars. You know what that is? These little, because I go over to Europe and I see these little cars all over the place. And I say, why aren't we making them? They send some over. But Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, has just cleared it. I was with him on the plane. I said, Sean, did you clear that?
That's awesome,
no, sir, not yet. I want it done now. Oh, it's done.
Yeah.
He knows what. He's very smart. He's a very smart guy.
The tiny car shit is ridiculous.
So
but
your company.
What's funny is that he's at GM explaining to them that he's trying to lobby for European and Asian smaller vehicles to be able to be imported for free. It's actually a thing against every single employee that's standing there. So it's really weird to say it out loud there.
Automobile designer.
You just can't ever hold
But you have the right
in.
to do it, and they sell, inexpensively. They're actually beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to be using one.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he's talking about importing vehicles at cheaper prices in front of GM officials.
There's a tremendous market for it, I think. It really is a tremendous market. They are quite something. And thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we also made interest on auto loans fully tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. If it's not made in America, so
they're like, okay,
we have no interest in
the smaller
doing
car is.
And I apologize for the air conditioning, but this room was not built for thousands of people. This room was built for a few people making cars, not for thousands of people. And it is a little warm up here, but I love that because every time I make a speech, I lose weight. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful way to lose weight. Under our leadership, investment is booming, incomes are rising, and the stock market has 73 all-time highs. Think of that. In a year and a half, we've had an all-time high. And your 401ks are up by $32,000 and more in just a year. And one statistic that I say, because, you know, the fake news, the reason they're fake news, they're terrible people in many cases, not in all cases. You have some professionals, but they refuse to say there are more Americans working today in the United States of America than at any time in history. How about that? That's, to me, that's a stat that's hard to beat. And it was just announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. We're dropping it. You know, I inherited this mess. I inherited an open border where 25 million people came in. Many of these people were criminals, murderers, people from jails, people from mental institutions. I inherited that. We've got a lot of them out, and we're getting a lot of them out. We have 11,888 are murderers, many of whom, they say more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. We don't want them in this country. They allowed them to come in through the stupid open border. They came in like water. You've seen it. And right now, it was just announced, again, this is now the 15th month in a row, 0 people have come through our border illegally. 0. But it all started, you know, I won the election. We won in a landslide, by the way, and won this state so big. You know, this is always a hard state. I don't know why it's hard to win, but it seems to be for Republicans, but it probably won't be anymore. We have great candidates. But, you know, it's really amazing. They always try and blame me for high prices. I have my first news conference. I win. I have a news conference like a day later. And I say, any questions? Why are prices so high? You have to understand. I just got there. They say eggs. I remember eggs. Eggs were like 4 or 5 times higher than they were a few years ago. You couldn't get eggs. They wanted me to use plastic eggs for the Easter egg hunt because they were unable to get eggs. And I said, we'll take care of it. We got it taken care of quickly. Now eggs are much lower than they were when we first started. And that's true with everything else. And you'll see how true it's going to be after we get rid of the nuclear threat of Iran, which will be very quickly. But I had nothing to do with it. You know, they have this term. So here I am. I'm one day in office, and the fake news goes, affordability. Affordability. I said, what's affordability? What's that all about? Prices are too high. I said, I'm here for less than 24 hours. But we've brought down prices. Last week, it was announced that inflation's gone down faster than at any time in the last 6 years. When the fuel comes down, which it did for a little while, then they didn't behave, and I had to go back, and now they're behaving again. You know, it's like playing a banjo. But every day we're fighting to put more money in your pockets, and that's what we're doing, and we're doing it better than anyone. At the same time, we're making this country safe, because we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. You want to see disruption? You want to see some disruption? But with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history for the second time. Because in my first term, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We got hit with COVID at the end, but we did a great job in that. Operation Warp Speed and the whole thing. We did a great job. Didn't get credit, but that's okay. But we had the greatest economy in the history of the country, and we're blowing it away this time. We're blowing it away. You're going to see the results very soon. I'm a little bit upset because in 2.5 years, you may have a different president. And that president We'll be saying how great the economy is doing. Look at all the jobs that he produced. He didn't we have more factories being built than at any time in our country's history. They're all going to be opening now and soon. And I got some guy or woman who is going to take credit for that. Will you please remember that I did it, okay? I did it. I did it. I'll be sitting home.
Did it.
I'll be reading the papers. I'll be watching television, and I'll be having some guy like last time, a real idiot, stand up, say, we are doing record business. We are making more automobiles. But by the way, don't worry about it, Mary. They'll screw it up. It won't take them long to screw it up. But we're not going to let that happen. Our great, big, beautiful bill gave us no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, right? That's our big deal. And the overtime you're working, and I don't know much, but I know you're making a lot of cars, more than you've ever made before. I assume, are they getting a little overtime, Mary? She doesn't want to say it. She is. I know you are. No tax on that overtime. Think of the no tax on tips in Nevada. I went, and a young lady came over, a beautiful
She's
waitress.
looking over there
She was a
like, I
waitress
would like
and
more
very
overtime, but her
beautiful,
business
I'm not allowed
is
to say
failing.
that politically. Because if you call somebody beautiful,
You're
that's usually
importing
the end of your political
small
career.
Chinese cars.
But she happened to be beautiful. But she happened to be beautiful. And I say, what's going on? Oh, sir, I'm getting killed with tips. I'm getting killed. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. I say, what? I'm sitting down with a group of people, very boring group. We're all bored. At my hotel in Las Vegas, and she comes up and she says, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I say it one more time. And I went outside, and I spoke to the fake news. They follow me all over the world looking for me to make one little mistake. If I make one little mistake, if I mispronounce a word, which doesn't happen often, if I fell, oh, they're waiting. They would love to. Because I knock. You know, you can't fall every single time you come up on a dais like Biden did. Oh, if I slipped even a little bit, it would be headlines all over the world. So I'm very careful, very judicious as I walk down the airline, way the hell up in the sky. Go nice and slowly. We don't want to give them, but it's true. It's like what they do. I mean, it's so unfair. But they know how well we're doing, and now they're starting to report it because they have no choice. Because every record that's being broken, all these records that are coming out, not only in your business, we're leading in AI. We're beating China in AI. Nobody expected that. We're building more plants than anybody in the world. And frankly, the businesses are all moving. You know, many of these businesses, they left here and they went to foreign countries. They went to Germany. They went to Mexico and Canada. They went to Japan. They went to South Korea, car businesses, a lot of businesses. And now they're coming back home where they belong. And according to a report released just last week, the great, big, beautiful bill saved more than 170,000 Michigan jobs. You saw that. Think of that. If you took 170,000 people off of your tax-paying payrolls, think of how many people that is, filling a big stadium up 3 times. But remember, every single Democrat, it's a new word that I use, Democrat, it just exchange the E for the, it works out quite nicely, thank you. But the Democrats, they want open borders.
The stream just wants to be done with him.
They want playing in women's sports. They want gender mutilization of your children.
What? Calm down.
They want the transgender mutilization of your children for everyone, so I call them Democrats. And the Democrats don't want to have voter ID. And the Democrats do not, Brian, you know this, they don't want to have a thing called proof of citizenship. So why doesn't somebody want voter ID or proof of citizenship? Because they want to cheat, okay? There's only one reason. Actually, most Democrats do want it. It's only the politicians, because they could never get elected. If that ever gets approved, they will never get elected again. But every single Democrat in Congress voted against our massive tax cuts for working families. All of the things, the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, all of these things they voted against. They just voted against. They voted against voter ID. They voted in favor of the transgender mutilization of your children, in favor of men playing in women's sports. I've looked at men playing in women's sports. It's very unfair. I had a one of the top NFL football players standing next to a wonderful female athlete, and they were playing a game of football, if you can believe this whole thing. This game did not work out very well. This was not a game that she will ever want to play again, I will tell you. The whole thing is crazy. There's something wrong. These people are crazy, and we can't let them get into office and ruin our country. We can't do it. And the congressional Democrats voting for tax hikes, they're voting for open borders. The Green New Scam are their side. Remember the Green New Scam? Everything had to be green, green. The world is going to collapse. It's going to be gone. 15 years ago, they were saying we only had 12 years left, but we're still here. But they're siding with the radical left communists taking over the party. They want, in other words, the normal socialists who can destroy a country, too. They're not going fast enough. Do you remember, like in one of my State of the Union speeches, I said, we will never be a socialist country. But I was right. We're going to be a communist country. That's what they want. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? But communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including even World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. I mean, this is a serious threat because they're going to promise all sorts of things. In 1 year, the country will be absolutely bankrupt. You'll live in squalor. You'll live in fear. You won't have police. You won't have firemen. You won't have anybody. You're going to be, it's a disaster. Even the thought of it is a disaster. And we have the hottest country in the world. We don't want to have it, and we have to be strong about it. We can't be nice. You know, a lot of the Republicans are nice. We're a very nice party. We shouldn't be so nice, to be honest with you. But we can't let them get their claws into this incredible. They call it an experiment. I don't think it's any longer an experiment. This has been going on for a long time. We have good years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it. And you know the other thing, I'm just thinking now, you know, I do a lot of these speeches and I end up reading about 20%. Isn't it nice to know that you have somebody that doesn't have to read a speech? And it's even better to know that you have somebody that can read a speech if he wants to. The other guy couldn't even read a speech. But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never said it. I'm just thinking about now. When they take something over, it's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are, I hate to say this, not clean, okay? The curbs are loaded with you-know-what. The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue. They're all blue. We don't have problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty. I said to somebody about a certain city, I don't want to say the name of it, but it's run by the radical left. I said, how is it doing? Because I love it. And they said, it's filthy dirty. It's so dirty, they've never seen it like that. It's so filthy dirty. And I just thought of it. Nobody ever says that. You know, I'm sort of a clean freak. I like clean. Do you ever see Washington, D.C.? Do you see what happened? Washington, D.C., it was filthy. Graffiti all over the place. We fixed up 72 monuments and fountains, and we've done an unbelievable. We took the graffiti off the beautiful marble columns. We have new grass going down. But you know what we did the best? We stopped crime in Washington. It's down 88%, and we moved out over 5,000 career animals. We moved them out, and it's really considered a very safe city. All the restaurants were closing up. Nobody wanted to operate a restaurant. We have a great restaurant here. Where are you from? Michigan. Where's my restaurateur? He was one of the great. Where's Mark? Mark, you're right in front. How'd you get such a good seat?
How'd you get such a good seat?
He's a great restaurateur, but everything you have is clean. But you know, it's true. And I'm just saying, they take over. Everything becomes disgusting and dirty. It's dirty and filthy and grimy. It's not clean anymore. Look at Washington, D.C., what I've done in a short period of time, working with the Department of Interior, Doug Burgum, and the whole group. We have done some job. We've taken graffiti-filled statues all over the city and monuments and waterfalls and everything. The beautiful reflecting pond where we get, I mean, we did some job. Somebody comes along and starts cutting it with a knife. They're sick. It's in the hospital now, but it's going to get better very soon. It's almost ready to open. We could have kept it that way for a while, but I didn't want to do that. I want to have it fixed perfectly. But these people are very terrible. But think how beautiful Washington, D.C. is. But the most important thing is we have very little crime. And there's a statistic that's incredible. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime, because you can handle 2% of the people. We get them out. And our military, our National Guard has been unbelievable. And they work with the D.C. police. But they've been unbelievable. So I just want to thank them. But Washington, D.C. is now, again, and it's going to get only better. It's going to get all new grass. The parks are getting all new grass. I have a man who's a fantastic man, one of the biggest grass growers. I know everybody. I know grass growers.
Biggest grass growers?
He's actually a very rich guy. He wants to fix up the parks, all brand new grass. We're going to do a job. He donated the grass for the White House. We're building a heliport, and we're building a drone port, and we're building a great ballroom and a military facility as part of it. And it's incredible. And people cannot believe how it looks. Washington, D.C., think of it, is now a really safe city, and it's so beautiful again, and people are proud of it. It's our capital. They have to be proud of it. It was a crime-ridden mess. And the other thing, I got a call from the governor of Louisiana, and he said, sir, we have Mardi Gras coming up in New Orleans. Could you please help us? We are such a disaster. The crime is so bad, and they've had a lot of problems with crime. And I sent our team in there and called me back. He said, you know, crime is down almost 80%. Think of that, almost 80%. This was 8 months ago. And they had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. And in Memphis, Tennessee, the governor called, and the mayor called, the Democrat mayor called, that they need help. And Memphis was very, very dangerous. Companies were leaving, too much danger. It was really dangerous. You couldn't walk down the street. And now crime there is down 77%, and it's getting better all the time. And if they do that in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, we would take care of it so quickly. But we have to get called. I want them to call us. I don't want to say, I don't want to, they're running it. I want them to call us, and we will get rid of the crime so quickly your head will spin. But we're pleased to be joined today by some of the incredible patriots fighting for Michigan workers, including representatives, a friend of mine, she's unbelievable, Lisa McClain. Stand up, Lisa. Great. She's great. She is great. And she's tough, too, I want to tell you. I'm not going to say she comes in a small body, but she comes with fire and brimstone, right, Lisa? And we love Lisa, respected by everybody. Tim Wahlberg. Tim, great. 18 years he's been doing it, and everybody respects you a lot. Thank you, Tim, very much. Appreciate it. Another congressman who's doing really good. He's going to have a tough race. You got to help him. Tom Barrett. He's here someplace. Where's Tom? Tom? Come on up, you three. You come up. Lisa, come on up. And John James, come up. You have to win, John James. You have to win. I also want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall, Army National Guard Captain Mike Bouchard. Where's your father, Mike? Where's your father? Where's Mike? I just met your father. He's the best-looking police. Where's Mike? You want to come up? Come up here. Come here. Your father's so proud of you. He's standing, and he had more medals than anybody I've ever seen. He's saying, my son is doing good, sir. I said, he is doing good. Navy veteran Amir Hassan. He's a congressional candidate. But we got to get elected. He's good. Thank you, Amir. And Amir comes from a great General Motors family, a long line of General Motors, and former congressman. So here's a man
Stop spamming, bro.
who's running for the Senate. I happen to think he won last time. Okay?
Yo, mods.
He's a great guy.
Put people out that spend
and
24 hours.
He's respected all
Please.
over Washington. He's one of the best candidates we have anywhere. He's smart, he's tough, he's fair. His name is Mike Rogers, and he will be a great senator. Mike, come on up. Come on. I'll let a couple of them say a couple of words. I'll be right back. Is that okay? Come on up here, Mike.
Just hit 100 likes. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe,
for embracing
y'all.
your presence here at the General Motors facility and bringing jobs back. Yeah, you bet. Imagine if, Mr. President, you have a senator that cares about much about manufacturing, especially in Michigan, than you do. That's a change we absolutely need. And when I get back there, Mr. President, I promise you this. I will work with you to protect our families, protect our freedoms, protect our factories, protect our finances. And when I get back there, Mr. President, if you haven't gotten it done, we're going to pass the SAVE Act. Save America. God bless you.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, for coming back to Michigan, where you've won 3 times. We very much appreciate your leadership. And as governor of the state of Michigan, we're going to be matching those Trump accounts. We're going to be taking care of our children. We're going to be matching those. You know, we have a president who keeps his promises. We have a president who looked at a situation and he said, you're going to have very fast planes in Macomb County. You know what he did? In the very first 100 days, the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, delivered F-15EX to Selfridge Air National Guard Base. The president has always been looking out for Michigan jobs. The status quo doesn't work for Michigan. The President Trump is pushing back. And as a result, President Trump signed my bill to protect our automotive industry against the harmful California EV mandates. And as a result, our jobs are coming back to Michigan. But most importantly, the president, because he's the best deal maker the planet has ever known, President Donald Trump has got $19 trillion of investment back in the United States of America, but because of the failed policies of Gretchen Whitmer, a lot of that investment is not coming back here. We're working with you, Mr. President. We're going to make sure that we have an environment where we can bring that investment back to the state of Michigan to create jobs right here for the best auto workers in the world. Thank you so much for your leadership, Mr. President. God bless you. We have your back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for coming back to Michigan, and thank you for putting our men and women who build things first and foremost in the American economy. Thank you for being here today with the men and women that I have the privilege of representing in Congress to tell them and show them just how important Michigan is on the map. The hard work of the people here put America on wheels, puts our economy on overdrive, and provides livelihoods for families across our country, especially right here in Michigan. Manufacturing is our largest industry. Our president understands that. He's stepping up every single day to make sure that we bring more manufacturing jobs back to America, back here to Michigan, and I'm proud to stand with you today, sir, in recognition of that, and thank you so much for coming to Michigan again today.
Talk about the American dream. Born and raised in Flint, Michigan, the birthplace of General Motors. Son of a father, a grandfather, a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle that all work for General Motors. Son of an educator. Protecting America, getting back to the fundamentals and the foundation that made us great in the beginning, that's what we're doing this cycle. The contrast is clear, the time is now. If you love America, make noise. If you believe in first responders, make some noise. If you back our military, make some noise. And if you're proud to be a conservative,
USA, let's go, baby. We are putting this country back on the map because we have a leader who stands up for us.
These are just regular people.
Thank you for coming to Michigan, but I also have to say thank you for defending our military and putting us in a position to succeed. This time last year, I was in Iraq. During the 12-day war, you put our military in a position to succeed because you gave the troops what we needed to survive. So my friends and I are home, sir, because you put us first. And you put Michigan first as well. It took 47 years to stand up and say lunatics can't have nuclear weapons. It also took decades to reshore jobs. Reshoring jobs wasn't a thing that we talked about before President Trump came back. Now jobs are coming back to Michigan because we have leaders to stand up for us. We need to win this election in November so we can keep growing. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go, Michigan.
I didn't bring my box, so I apologize. But take a moment and look around. Look at how many people are filling this manufacturing facility. And why is that? That is because we love this country.
Bro.
And I'm going to share with you, if you love this country, you have got to get out there and make some noise. You have got to get out there and vote. You have got to get out there and tell your friends, your neighbors, anybody who will listen, that this is an election between common sense and communist crazy.
Oh my God, communism. Here we go again. Communism.
And the leader of our party, President Donald J. Trump, isn't resting on his laurels. Promises made, promises kept. He told you he was going to secure the border. What did he do? He secured the border. He told you he was going to make his tax cuts permanent. And what did he do? He made your tax cuts permanent. The last thing we need to do is make sure we pass that Save America Act. And we will do that because we will secure our elections to make sure that this country continues to live in a democracy, to continue to be a republic, because there is nobody that loves this country greater than the man standing behind me, and that's our president, Donald J. Trump.
The ultimate kiss ass. That's that lady.
I never want to go behind Lisa, that's for sure. But as dean of the Michigan delegation, you can see why I'm proud of this delegation and the ones that we're going to bring to this delegation, and even one we're going to bring to finally be an ally over on the other side of the House, that little body over in the Senate, a guy we can talk to who understands America, who supports this president, that is eminently supportable. And we say that out today. I'm also chair of the Education and Workforce Committee. We have a president who understands workforce. That's why he's here with all of us. He understands education. That is not indoctrination for communist crazy. And that's what we're seeing today. So let me say this to you as chair of the Education Workforce Committee. We're here today trying to educate you, to educate others, to get out and work, to get this team in place so the final 2 years of this president, maybe final 2 years of this president, will be so memorable that we won't need to worry about the future. Let's get out and work as a workforce for freedom.
You got Trump to laugh at that one. That was good.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
He's going to praise everybody before he gets back to speaking to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a group. Thank you very much.
Don't spam.
That's a great group. We got to get them elected. Also with us is the mayor of Hamtramck, Amir Galib. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Mark, thank you very much for being here. Mark Zarkin, a great guy. And a man who's been with me from the very beginning. Again, I have to do it because this guy has been like, he got it a long time ago. Brian, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Especially, he has been he got it right from day one, you know? So we don't forget that. 18 months ago, we inherited a catastrophe from the Biden and from the radical left Democrats. They created the worst inflation in 48 years, wide open borders with millions and millions of people from mental institutions, insane asylums, the world's worst prisons pouring into our country from all over the world. They came. They came from South America. They came from the Congo. They came from places from all over the world. We had transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a stupid nation. They called us a stupid nation. But they're not laughing anymore. America is respected again, I think like we've never been respected before. You saw I went to the G20, I went to the G7, I went wherever we go, they're looking at us as the real leader again. For a long time that hadn't taken place. Under our leadership, we're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces. And right here in Michigan, I got 21 new F-15EX Eagle IIs for Selfridge Air National Guard Base, ensuring that Michigan stays at the cutting edge of North American air power. Selfridge was very, very important. It's a big deal. It was closed. It was over. It was going to be closed. Now it's open. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We have the greatest people. We have the best equipment in the world. I built it during my first term, and I'm using it now. We had no choice. Again, we can't let what was happening in Venezuela go on, and I was very decisive, but we can't let what was and is going on. They killed 52,000 protesters. Think of it in a 4-month period. 52,000 in Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise we're winning big time with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they never have a nuclear weapon. When somebody comes up and says, why are we doing this? Just say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else you have to say. If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history, but we quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. And in the past 14 months, a number that's not even believable, but it is what it is. It's published every month. A historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. And now, as you've been reading, crime is plummeting nationwide. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years, 1900. That's before my father. Bring up my father. That's before my father was born. 125 years, lowest murder rate. And that's despite the fact that we have people in this country that shouldn't be here. That's despite that. But a lot of them are being brought out very rapidly. Under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far, with differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Nobody can believe it. We were the highest priced for decades, the highest priced in the world for drugs, prescription drugs. And now we're the lowest price in the world. So you think that was, I won't bore you with the way I did it, but no other president was able to do it. I'm not sure they even tried. But all of you have to go out and go to TrumpRx.gov, TrumpRx.gov, and you're going to find that you're going to buy whatever you're looking for at a tiny fraction of what you were paying. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, we ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we launched the war on fraud, led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. It's having a tremendous, we're finding unbelievable levels of fraud. Minnesota, that governor is so crooked. Ilhan Omar with her brother, so crooked. But it's all under very serious investigation. We're finding billions of dollars, billions. In just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around, and it's still, we're going to do still better, but we have a turn. We're hot. Jobs are up. Inflation is down. Our border is secure. Factories are opening at record levels. Investment is booming. Michigan is thriving. America is winning like never before. And again, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime to the lowest levels ever, impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders. They are very bad. crack down on Marxist prosecutors, and we will end no cash bail, which really got the crime started more than any other single event. No cash bail. You kill somebody and you walk out. We will pass the Great Health Care Plan. That's what it's called, the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to you, the people, so that they can buy their own health care, which will be much less expensive and be a much better health care. Very simple. And the Democrats are fighting us on that one, too. They're fighting us as hard as you can fight because, you know what? They happen to be owned by the insurance companies. The insurance companies receive billions and billions of dollars a year. They own the Democrats. And the Democrats, they don't want to debate it. They just want to fight it. And we want to give the money directly to the people, and you go out and you buy your own health care. You'll get great health care and have lots of money left over. And we will continue to remove dangerous criminals, drug dealers, human traffickers, and child predators from our country. And we will always stand with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. They are heroes. The abuse they're taking. If you saw some of the people they have to deal with, if you saw the toughness and the craziness and the, boy, oh boy, the roughest people really in the world, they were led into our country by Biden and the group. By probably, I don't even know if he knew. I don't even know that he knew people were coming in. I don't think they told him. But they were coming into our country, and they are the roughest people in the world. Remember, they used to say, oh, foreign people don't commit crime. They make our criminals look like babies. It's the only thing good about them. They make our people look like absolute babies. But they are, you don't get rough. Tren de Aragua, the roughest in the world. They cut off people's fingers so they don't make a phone call. You're going to make a phone call? I'd like to call the police. Boom, their fingers are gone. These are the roughest and worst people in the world. They're out of here. We've got them largely out of here. We can never let that happen again. Could never let it happen. Single most difficult thing that I've had to work with. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act through the Senate, hopefully the Senate. Call your senators and put pressure on them. We won't get one Democrat senator to get you voter ID with photo. Need a photo, be nice. So they, okay, good. You know, they want to, if they did ID, which they don't want to do, they don't want a photo. Why don't they want to? You know, at the Democrat National Convention, they had an identification card that was bigger than most of the people's chest. It was hung on a chain with a picture and every fact about this person you can imagine. But for voting, our most sacred thing, you don't need, they say, voter ID. So we want voter photo ID. And we want all voters showing proof of a thing called citizenship. Isn't that nice? You read recently in New Jersey where tremendous numbers of people were found out that they were on the voter rolls totally illegally, and that's all over the country. That's nothing compared to what's going on in California and Minnesota and so many other states. And hopefully there will be no mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt, except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. If you're in the military, you're far away, absolutely. If you have to go someplace, absolutely. But mail-in ballots have proven to be a disaster. We're the only country in the world that in this form does them. There's no other country in the world because they're crooked. They pass through too many hands. When you go to a voter booth, even me, I went to vote. Sir, may I please see your identification? Sir, I'm so embarrassed. I know you're Trump. Please, do you have some identification? I don't want to lose my job. I whipped out, I was lucky, I had some kind of a card on my head, and I didn't even know, but I gave it, thank you, sir. So I'm so embarrassed. She kept apologizing. I said, don't apologize. You're doing your job. That's what you're supposed to be doing. It was so beautiful. And we will enshrine in permanent law, where we had a big Supreme Court victory the other day, but not complete, no men in women's sports, and no transgender surgery, and the mutilization of your children. They mutilize your children. So, ladies and gentlemen of Michigan, the golden age of America is upon us. We're in the golden age. This is an age like no other. And the men and women of the American auto industry and General Motors are leading the way. And I'm so proud of it because, as Brian and others in the room know, I fought for this for years. I was here 25 years ago. I got Man of the Year. Oh, by the way, the press questioned that, and then they found out it was true, actually. And I made a speech, and all I talked about was, why are you letting them steal your auto industry? I said, your auto industry is being stolen. It's going to Germany and Mexico and Japan and South Korea and Canada. Why are you letting it happen? They sold over 50%. It's all coming back. Who would think it's all coming back? It's all coming back right now. More plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. With your help and patriots all across this magnificent land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again.
Leaves the dinner table.
We will make America safe again.
Every time.
And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Hey, everybody. All right, you guys ready for this? This is the crazy one. Fuck Mamdani. We're going to go over here to Gavin Newsom getting roasted by Donald Trump. Donald Trump threw some hats his way.
Trump 2020.
We got a breakdown of it. Let's get into it right now. Here we go.
I have 24 Trump 2028 hats.
Why are you wearing it?
His folks keep sending me.
Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you.
So Trump finally broke Gavin Newsom and delivered a fatal blow to his fledgling, scandal-ridden career characterized by corruption, failure, and deceit. But Trump didn't just break Gavin Newsom spiritually, he also broke him mentally, and more importantly, he broke him politically. Because Gavin Newsom, who once had a 40% chance of being the Democrat Party's nominee for president, has fallen to an abysmal 8% chance. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. But let's start with the clip from the White House Correspondents' Dinner that was the straw that broke the Gavin's back.
People have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front-page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day. All different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. I mean, here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official. In fact, I think I have. Yeah. I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it.
I find it hilarious that Democrats forget that the only president to violate George Washington's 2-term precedent was a Democrat. And he didn't just win a 3rd term, he won a 4th term and caused a near unanimous constitutional amendment to prevent that from ever happening again. But Trump has been...
But see, this guy is so ideologically torn that he's trying to say like, oh, well, that guy was a Democrat and they're the ones that were being oligarchs before this. No, motherfucker, like the legislator became oligarchs in 1951 because they basically didn't want to deal with FDR. They didn't want to deal with 2 to 3 decades of one character. And when it comes to Trump, they're fucked anyway. Because the 4 years that he wasn't president, he still acted like president. So basically, they still got a full decade of Trump as the legislator, even though they put a permanent ban on that infrastructure. But this was never part of the Constitution. This was never part of the precedent. The executive branch was supposed to be the branch of the people, and we were supposed to decide, even if we wanted to continue to decide every 4 years to pick the same person. But in 1951, the legislator wrote a law that said, we can stay here forever, but the executive branch can only stay here for 8 years, because we don't want their policies to reflect years and decades of American institutionalism.
On a massively successful trolling campaign against Gavin Newsom for years, attacking his many moral and political failings on social media, raising his blood pressure by...
Oh my God, guys! It's the sign of the times. With 666 votes, Palantir's J.D. Vance does advance, but we are going to change up the poll of the day today. We're only going to go head-to-head now moving forward. So our next head-to-head here is going to be who will be president in 2028. 834 days until election, and we got Mr. J.D. Vance this hour with 64 wins, and he's going to go up against AOC. Okay? Gavin Newsom lost 49-52 with 666 votes. Obviously, the sign of Palantir's, J.D. Vance. But now for the next hour, it's it's AOC versus J.D. Vance. AOC versus J.D. Vance. Let's get back to this breakdown.
Sending him Trump 2028 hats like you saw in the intro. And Gavin Newsom, thinking that he was clever, responded by creating a social media team to imitate Donald Trump and created his very own podcast so, he could control the misleading narratives. But his plan unsurprisingly backfired because it turns out the more people got of Gavin Newsom, the less they liked Gavin Newsom. And Gavin's well aware that his imbecile...
So it turns out that in 1951, the 22nd Amendment was passed, which limits a president to 2 terms. That's a constitutional amendment. It's not the same law as the Congress made up. Are you fucking retarded? Who wrote the law?
Reactionary behavior to President Trump has led to his political
demise. It was a constitutional amendment, not a law. Who wrote it?
Not just nationally, but in his own party as well. And he just could not stand Donald Trump putting on the Trump 2028 hat at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because when a reporter asked him about it, he had a complete meltdown.
I mean, look, Donald Trump's going to do everything to try to steal this election. He was unhinged the other night. That was 25th Amendment stuff. He was unhinged. I mean, thank God for the, broken clock, but even the Wall Street Journal editorial board, the New York Post, even recognized that, which is extraordinary. He was unhinged. Unfounded allegations of election fraud. It's madness. But he's setting it up. He's setting you all up. You know what he's doing. He's doing it in plain sight.
There's not a huge difference. The only huge difference is that it doesn't fit your fucking narrative. Because you want the narrative that if Donald Trump were to run for a third time, he would be stopping the Constitution. It's the Constitution. It's been here for 250 years. You want to use manipulation to manipulate what happened. In 1951, Congress did not want the executive branch to have the same power they have, which is to be there forever. So they put a constitutional amendment in effect so that they can point to the Constitution. Every sitting senator and congressman can now point to the Constitution and go, President can only be there for 8 years. The Constitution says so. Not me. The Constitution says so. You guys literally said, rule for the executive branch, but not for the legislative branch. Where are your term limits? And until you give me some, you are the kings and queens of America.
Right.
No different than Russian
all of this to normalize all of this. And he's going to have masked men in around polling places, just as he did in Los Angeles last November. BORTAC teams that were sent out before the polls were open. Border Patrol tactical units.
AOC doing way worse than Gavin Newsom, by the way, because Gavin Newsom 49% to the 51%, barely scraping by, almost winning again. As soon as we put AOC in that poll, gone. So it's like all the steam of the youth and everything. It really is true that like fundamentally the voting base of America does not or is scared of the socialist, AOC Bernie Sanders thing still. Way more than they are just some corrupt Gavin Newsom. They're ready for another Joe Biden in a younger skin.
Find something anomaly and then went to try to get to the Supreme Court to throw out the election. This guy's not screwing around. That's what he will do this November at scale. He doesn't believe in fair and free elections. He believes only in competitive authoritarianism. He wants to have an election, but he wants the election that Putin has, where he gets 87.3%, and the next guy gets 4.6%.
As this man literally stripped the state constitution so that he could redistrict states because Texas was doing so as well.
That's what Trump believes. He doesn't believe
in California.
Fair and free. He doesn't.
So in addition to Gavin's short-lived anti-Trump popularity sinking faster than the Titanic, he and his wife are also under federal investigation. And I'm going to touch on that a little later in this video because the details are shocking. But Gavin's decision to expose himself more to the voters showed his massive lack of self-awareness and revealed his deep, unlikable, and uncharismatic nature. In that clip you just saw, Gavin was giving a press conference touting California's exceptional world-class fire response, which makes it even funnier that during the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Donald Trump made a joke about Gavin Newsom letting the city of Los Angeles burn to the ground. Take a look.
And it's traditional that at least one or two
It shows you that the corporate media is not necessarily like wanting AOC to win, but the corporate media is like really good, tight-knit friends with Gavin Newsom. Because this was legitimately, if you go back and watch my live coverage of this, I was explaining he bombed the second and third quarters of that speech and ended with clapter on the hat being put on. But at the same time, the Gavin Newsom joke on the fires was fucking hilarious. And no one laughed. And that was kind of the start of the bombing. And it was kind of because the media is like so up Gavin Newsom's ass.
Presidential hopefuls attend the Correspondents' Dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water, never used.
That's a good joke.
What a disaster. That should have never happened.
And
that
in
was good.
response to
gotten
that brutal joke by Donald Trump,
Nothing.
Gavin Newsom responded with one of the most well-written, clever, articulate, Shakespearean comebacks of all time. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump is a son of a bitch. This is the cunning brainchild of his bizarre and embarrassing fight Trump with Trump social media strategy. This contrived I'm a macho man who will stand up to big bad Hitler bravado falls flat on its face because his social media team is run by a bunch of left-wing communist dorks. And while it worked for a second because the discombobulated Democrat Party was
just stop calling them communists and just start calling them dorks. Like for real.
Looking for any sense of hope and energy, his party now
AKA
detests
Democrat.
him even more because they realize he's an empty suit who stands for nothing, who blows with whatever direction the wind is in, who said on his podcast with Charlie Kirk that he doesn't believe men should play in women's sports because he thought that the tide had shifted more right-wing, and then subsequently retracted his statement once he felt like the Democrat Party had regained its footing. And that's why Gavin, who once had a 40% chance of being the Democrat Party's presidential nominee, has fallen to under 20% on Polymarket. But the reality is much worse than that.
It's weird to look at Polymarket versus Kelchi, though, because Kelchi American citizens can put money in, and it's the only betting market that allows for us to bet on our own president. Polymarket, you're still not able to bet on a U.S. IP address. So it's better to look at Kelchi, and in Kelchi, he's third. It goes J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Gavin Newsom, and then John Ossoff, and then AOC.
Latest poll,
Interesting,
Gavin
John
Newsom's
Ossoff,
chances are now down to only
$8%. For candidate is for 2028. shows Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the lead with 22%.
But I think the old Democratic establishment might know something that like these other people don't know. Like they keep pushing these progressive candidates, but like Gavin Newsom almost beat J.D. Vance last hour. We're 8 minutes into this poll, and AOC has only got 33% now.
Pete Buttigieg closely behind 21%. And look
Is
who's
it worth
at the
it to
end.
put somebody out there like that if they're just going to get
5%.
fucking beat?
Here's AOC's response.
I feel very, humbled by the support of everyday people. When I make decisions about my life, they aren't just rooted in polls. They're rooted in what people need, what is best for the country, and what is appropriate for the moment. And I think that right now, the most important...
Yo, she acting like she's not a narcissist. This is literally the female Trump here, guys. She's like, I gotta sit down and think it through with my boyfriend, but you know how I was a bartender and made a viral video and then became a senator or a congressman, and now I just like talk to Nancy Pelosi and I'm best friends and I'm gonna do the universal healthcare thing. Well, I gotta talk with my boyfriend and see if like America is ready and the country is ready for me to, AKA I gotta talk to Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi because I don't want to lose my job.
Important thing before the country right now is for Democrats to win midterm elections.
And joining us now to react is senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. I was not as shocked about the AOC one. I was more shocked about Pete Buttigieg, but that's just my opinion. Yeah. What about you, Joe?
Oh, Pete Buttigieg, and good to see you, Ash, and
That is
good to see you,
wild.
Todd. Gavin
20%.
Newsom, right, who's been running for president now for about, I don't know, 6 years, also just in single digits as well.
Gavin Newsom isn't just failing because he's inauthentic and has an extremely unjustifiable and off-putting arrogance. He's failing because he's his own party's worst enemy. Gavin Newsom is a straight white man in a party overrun with third worlders, communists, and transvestites. He is the living, breathing embodiment of
Adam.
what they despise.
Guys, make sure that we let anybody say anything, just no death threats and no spamming. Other than that, we let them say anything. If somebody's bugging you and you're in like a fight with them or something or a debate as a mod, you can always time them out, but don't time them out more than 10 minutes unless they're spamming or death threat. Both of those, immediate 24-hour. See you tomorrow.
It doesn't matter how woke he pretends to be or how much groveling he does at their feet that he will implement their agenda. The anti-American party wants somebody who represents them aesthetically, not just ideologically.
Yeah, and not Democrats. It's not Democrats, and it's not communist. It's dork. It's dork.
Even if all that wasn't an issue, he is just too politically toxic. His disastrous failures in California are too numerous, and his corruption is too well documented. And the federal investigation into him and his wife are revealing that his corruption isn't just unethical, it's actually prison-worthy.
So you've been following this for a very long time. Why do you think that they're hiring Abby Lowell at this point?
Well, partly because most of the defense attorneys in California who handle this kind of criminal case already have clients that are in the Newsom's orbit because there are so many corruption probes going on within the state. So we've got Dana Williamson, who has McGregor Scott. We've got Rob Bonta, who's lawyered up with one of the top California criminal defense attorneys. Then we have Winston Chan, who actually bought Gavin Newsom's old Marin County residence, who is representing Andy Dong, who's also part of the Bonta corruption scandal. So we kind of had to go out of state to find someone who didn't have a conflict.
So, Jen, you've gone through a lot of Newsom's financial statements. What's the biggest red flag that you've seen that could potentially be part of this DOJ investigation?
Well, to me, it's his houses that I've talked about on your show before. And then we also have Jennifer Newsom's nonprofits and the people on the board who are getting favorable contracts with the state, who also are appointed to state boards. There's still a lot of links that have to come out through that. I have heard through Adam Housley, another investigative journalist, that it was Jennifer Newsom's communications were wiretapped for 2 years. So that means that every 30 days, these criminal investigators had to go back to a judge and explain why this wiretap should continue. If that all turns out to be true, there's a whole lot of information on a lot of people that they're sifting through over in Sacramento.
The attorney that Gavin Newsom and his wife retained, Abby Lowell, represented Hunter Biden during his trial for tax evasion and gun possession. And he wasn't able to get Hunter acquitted for those charges, and these seem way more severe. Gavin Newsom is a mob boss who runs an industrial-scale corruption racket in the state of California. Not only did his wife have a wiretap, but people in Gavin Newsom's camp were also wearing wires. And to get that approval for a sitting governor and his wife means the evidence that the prosecution has is damning. And the worst part for Gavin Newsom is this investigation wasn't even started by Donald Trump. It has been ongoing since the Biden administration. And when his wife was asked about that fact, she absolutely broke down on live TV. Take a look.
But is it true that this investigation started during the Biden administration?
I don't know the details. I do know that, Trump was coming after my husband when.
Oh my God! It's
when
not a
Biden
political
was president and Biden was running for the presidency, and I thought it was ironic. So, look, this is a fishing expedition, and I think what you're saying is that it's just been going on for a long time. My husband is Trump's most outspoken.
Wait, you're like, basically what you're saying is it's been going on for a long time? No, we're saying that Joe Biden was investigating you.
And critic, and he's the GOP's biggest, I don't know. They've always targeted my husband.
GOP's, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was an MSNBC interview. That wasn't a right-wing Fox pundit trying to get a gotcha on Mrs. Gavin Newsom. This is a witch hunt against my husband because he stands up to Donald Trump. Well, ma'am, wasn't this investigation started under Joe Biden? Well, These people are so unscrupulous and for years have used Donald Trump as cover to hide their own moral and...
What is crazy, though, is that Gavin Newsom had almost beat J.D. Vance in our poll today. We were 200 votes in. AOC's got 35%. If they really do kick Gavin Newsom out or force him out, I think you end up with a radical candidate and a very easy win for the Republican.
Personal failings. Gavin Newsom didn't run for re-election for governor of California because he thought his fake aggressive Twitter strategy was a shoe-in for the presidential nominee. But now everything is falling apart and there is nothing he can do about it. He, like every prominent Democrat, got completely swept away by the Trump train and thought that he was going to use Trump's popularity against him. But blinded by his own arrogance, he overplayed his hand, and now he won't just not be president, he's also going to end up in jail. But let me know what you guys think down in the...
crazy. Guys, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to Brandon Lehman, Lehman, 689,000 subscribers. That dropped earlier today. Trump broke Gavin Newsom. Let's get into AOC running for president. This is a breakdown video essay that went viral this week explaining in stick figures what would happen if AOC became president.
What would happen if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez became president? Oh man, this should be a fun one. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also known as AOC, is just 36 years old, but is already one of the most well-known figures in all of American politics, mostly because of where she stands politically. She is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and was first elected to Congress back in 2018 when she upset 10-term incumbent Joseph Crowley, who was also the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. Since that point, AOC's brand name has only continued to grow, and in a time when many Americans are calling for drastic change, her name has been floated for the 2028 presidency. Whether she even runs is still very much up for debate. It's probably more likely that she's going to challenge Chuck Schumer for one of New York's Senate spots instead, but that's also less fun. So today, we're going to take a little bit of time to take a deep dive into what a potential AOC presidency could look like in 2028. I'm going to do my absolute best to give you an honest look at what her policy may be and how she may try to implement it if she were to ever win the presidency, as well as a scenario where she wins the presidency and what she would do in her first 100 days. If you've watched any of my previous What what-if election videos, you'll probably recognize this format. The primary difference here, though, is that instead of looking into the past, we're going to try to predict the future. Before we get into that, though, please do keep in mind that this is all in good fun. I am going to try to predict her platform as accurately as possible, but it's very possible that I might miss something. If that is the case, it's not intentional. Additionally, while I will try to be as specific as possible, there's a lot of hyper-specific policy that may get glossed over, purely due to time constraints. Please try to remember that. With that being said, if you do happen to enjoy this video today or learn something new, please feel free to give it a like and feel free to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future content.
And thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. If you're feeling like helping out the channel, I do the news live 7 days a week. Make sure you drop a super chat, or you can become a member for $4 a month. Become part of the Comrade Club. You start off as a North Korean, you'll make your way up to as an American citizen with logos next to your name in the chat for big days like today when the chat's exploding. I read all chats from members out loud.
Our scenario where AOC wins the presidency. How AOC first becomes president. The scenario I'm about to lay out for you honestly seems like a pretty simple one. With that being said, though, the path to the presidency is never a straight line, and for someone like AOC, it would be even more interesting than most. Our scenario begins in the fall of 2027 when AOC officially announces she is running for president. She has spent time since the 2026 midterms building exactly the kind of national infrastructure that her allies had been urging her to put together. She enters the race after watching the DSA's 2026 primary victories validate the argument that Democratic Socialist politics can win beyond New York City, and with Bernie Sanders, now 87 years old, not running again, there is a clear opening in the left lane of the Democratic primary that no other candidate has the platform or the fundraising ability to fill. The 2028 Democratic primary field is crowded. Gavin Newsom is in it. Kamala Harris decides to give it another go too. Pete Buttigieg, John Ossoff, Andy Beshear, Chris Murphy all get in on the fun, which amounts to a lot of names that represent the moderate and center-left wing of the party. What AOC has that no one else has, though, is an immediate $100 million fundraising floor from small-dollar donors, and the ability to generate the kind of crazy energy that wins primaries. She wins Iowa and New Hampshire narrowly, survives a tough debate cycle, and then runs up the score on Super Tuesday in states with large progressive and young voter bases. By the spring of 2028, the field has consolidated and she is the nominee. Her opponent in the general election is J.D. Vance, the current vice president of the United States, and as of now, the clear Republican frontrunner. As of June 2020,
and with 20 minutes into our poll, 240 votes in, 65% of you are voting for J.D. Vance.
Vance leads the Republican field with 36 to 46% support in various polls, far ahead of Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis. Trump has identified both Vance and Rubio as heirs to his MAGA movement, but Vance's incumbency as vice president gives him a significant structural advantage in the Republican primary. In our scenario, he wins the Republican nomination and faces AOC in the general. This is a pretty fascinating matchup on paper were it to ever happen. It's Vance, a working class kid from Appalachian, Ohio, who went to Yale Law School and became a venture capitalist before pivoting to populist politics, versus AOC, the daughter of a Puerto Rican family from the Bronx who worked as a bartender before being recruited to run for Congress. Both are running explicitly against the establishment. Both claim to represent the forgotten working class. Both are generational figures, as Vance would be 44 in 2028 and AOC would be 39. The contrast in her actual policy positions could not be more stark, but the actual framing of the race is unusual for American politics. In our scenario, AOC ultimately wins because it's an extremely favorable political environment for her. The 2026 midterms have given Democrats the House and potentially the Senate, Trump's approval ratings have continued to decline, and the economic conditions heading into 2028 are simply not favorable to the party in power. AOC drives record turnout among young voters and voters of color, and wins back the Rust Belt states that Democrats had been losing for years, carrying Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania on the strength of her economic message about billionaires and working people. She flips Arizona and Nevada too. She holds Georgia on the back of record black voter turnout and picks up North Carolina, a state that has been trending competitive for years and finally tips Democratic in the right environment. She does not win Texas or Florida though, as those are still a bridge too far in this scenario, but she doesn't need them at all. When the dust settles, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wins 312 electoral votes to Vance's 226, and she becomes the 48th president of the United States. She is inaugurated on January 20th, 2029 at 39 years old, making her the youngest president in American history and the first Democratic Socialist socialist to hold the office. Now it's time to talk about what she would actually do with it. AOC's first 100 days. So once AOC takes office, it's pretty safe to assume that she arrives with a mandate and an agenda that is more ambitious than anything a Democratic president has attempted since FDR. The question is what she actually does with it and how fast. The first thing to understand about an AOC presidency is that she would almost certainly govern the way Trump governed in his second term in terms of the sheer volume and pace of executive actions. Not in terms of what the orders say, but in terms of the strategy. Trump used the first 100 days of his second term to issue 147 executive orders, which was more than the yearly average of his predecessor since 1944. AOC, coming into office after another 4 years of Trump administration policies, would have an enormous amount of reversals to make, and she would likely try to make them fast. Day one executive orders would almost certainly include reversing Trump's immigration enforcement directives, restoring DACA and expanding protections for undocumented immigrants, reinstating the Paris Climate Agreement, restoring LGBTQ protections across federal agencies and the military, rejoining the World Health Organization, and suspending military aid to Israel pending a congressional review. That last one would be one of the most consequential and controversial day one moves in modern presidential.
Guys, we are currently our number 4 largest live stream of all time. Thank you all for watching. I've been doing this since the very first day of the Iran war back in March. We go every single day with our poll of the day. We got $4 memberships if you want to help support the channel. Throw me a super chat if you can, and let's keep it going. AOC is president. Oh my God.
Presidential history, and we will come back to it in the foreign policy section. In her first few weeks, she would direct the Department of Justice to end prosecutions related to marijuana and begin the formal rescheduling process. She would direct federal agencies to begin drawing up regulations implementing a $25 federal minimum wage for all federal contractors while pushing Congress to pass a nationwide minimum wage increase. She would issue an executive order establishing a moratorium on new fossil fuel leases on federal lands, and direct the EPA to begin immediately restoring the environmental regulations that the Trump administration had dismantled. On the legislative front, the first 100 days would be about establishing priorities and testing the waters with Congress. If Democrats held both chambers, which in our scenario they do, her opening legislative priorities would be Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, and student debt cancellation. Whether any of those can actually pass in the first 100 days depends on how large the Democratic margins are and how unified the caucus is. And that's where things start to get complicated. The progressive wing of the Democratic Party has grown substantially since 2026, and with AOC as president, they would feel more powerful than ever. But there are still plenty of moderate Democrats from swing districts who are not going to vote for Medicare for all on day one. The legislative math here matters a ton, and we'll get into that later in the video too. What the first 100 days of an AOC presidency would no doubt signal, regardless of what passes, is a fundamental reorientation of what the federal government is for and who it is supposed to serve. The symbolic power of the first Latina Democratic socialist president using the full weight of executive authority to reverse 4 years of Trump policy and put working people at the center of federal policy would be unlike anything American politics has ever really seen. Whether the substance of her presidency matches the symbolism is the harder question to answer, but that's what the rest of this video is going to try to do. Let's get into it. AOC's possible economic platform. This is where this video is probably going to get pretty crazy, so I'm just giving you a heads up now. This is a lot of hypothetical, but it's based on real things, I promise. Anyways, let's get into the meat of what an AOC presidency would actually look like policy-wise, and we're going to start with the economy because economic policy is really the core of everything she stands for and the area where her vision is most distinct from anything in
Yo! Thank you for the super chat, Modi TV. Starting us off right. First super chat of the night. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Our country is definitely worth fighting for. Appreciate you. Absolutely worth fighting for. Left or right, politically homeless, independent, whatever the fuck you are. No news is news. Here making fun of the news every single day. Pulling up the call sheet of Donald Trump, doing the live stream whenever he goes live. Hit that subscribe button. Appreciate the energy, Modi TV. You are the man, or the lady, I should say. Or do you self-identify as nothing or something? I don't know, but I appreciate the $10 super chat. You the best.
Has really ever attempted, or at the very least has attempted in a very long time. Taxes are probably where AOC's economic philosophy.
We're probably going to have the biggest live stream of all time, and it would be really sad if that live stream ended up with no members, no gift memberships, no donations, because I get no ad money from mobile live streaming, but I do it anyway because this is the way that I can communicate and have great conversation with you guys every single day.
Are most different from the mainstream Democratic Party. Her signature tax proposal is a 70% marginal income tax rate on income above $10 million. Now, that's not a 70% tax on everything you would earn, just on the portion of your income that's above $10 million. This is a policy that caused an enormous national conversation when she first proposed it back in 2019, partly because it sounded radical to a lot of people, and also because economists pointed out that it's actually not that different from what the top marginal rate was in this country for most of the mid-20th century. In addition to the income tax proposal, she supports a wealth tax on billionaires, which is a tax on accumulated wealth rather than just annual income, and that would be an entirely new kind of tax in the American system and would require significant legal and legislative groundwork to even implement. The revenue from those taxes would be used to fund the rest of her
This is
agenda.
starting to bore the fuck out of me. All right, I don't really care anymore. AOC, boring. Do we go back to Mamdani? Do we do it? No, we don't do it. Not yet. We're dropping. We need, let's go. I get it. Yeah, it's time.
Always so close to us, like the street that we walk in every day.
That was not what I wanted. Mamdani, fine, fuck it. Let's go back to Mamdani.
Groceries are out of reach. And that is frankly unacceptable, which is why city government is stepping in to make people's lives more affordable. Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores.
Hey, 5 grocery stores. We did it.
This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay. Now, can we all see this incredible example of produce in my hand?
This man is literally holding up bananas. This reminded me of when the mayor of New York ate a Shake Shack burger to get us to do the vaccine. Now this man trying to hand you free bananas.
Now you will see these plantains here. So for anyone wondering how much these beautiful plantains might cost, you can use this QR code or head to
Who the fuck buys their own plantains? Just like, bro, what?
grocery.nyc to access our policy report. I'm going to demonstrate exactly what that means.
He's going to scan the QR code.
Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code does work.
And look at that, 30% off your dollar plantains.
You can see this here.
At the state-run grocery store, y'all.
There you can learn more about our city-owned grocery store program, including the 30% discount.
Promises kept.
30% off adds up to real money for New Yorkers, with an estimated $90 saved on grocery bills each month. That is more than $1,000 saved every year.
Can you believe that? If you go to this grocery store and you buy plantains every single day for an entire year, you might save $1,000.
Just as important as money,
through the
those
QR
savings
code.
add up
30%
to time.
off.
For many, that 30% discount is the difference between an evening spent around the dinner table with family or working another double shift to make ends meet.
Wait, does this cover meat, like protein? No? Because I see Welch's grape juice, I see canned corn, I see skim milk, I see black beans, I see kale, lemons, peppers, apples. I see pretty much the cheapest things that you could possibly get at a grocery store. Oh, there are eggs up here. Eggs are going to go like Pokemon cards at that fucking store.
Our vision of affordable, well-run, city-owned grocery stores can only be accomplished with experienced operators who know how to source products, stock the shelves, and help answer shopper questions. So today we are...
Experienced operators who know how to stock shelves. The fuck are we talking about?
Also issuing an RFP for private operators to help
seafood,
us
bro.
with the
seafood? They're doing 30% off seafood? I'm outside. I'm
day-to-day management of our 5 city-run grocery
30%
stores.
off a $50 crab stack, king crab, man. That'd be that's hella deep.
If you know how to run a grocery store and you want to do more to help your fellow New Yorkers, I encourage you.
You'd have to buy 3,334 plantain bunches in a year to save $1,000.
To grocery.nyc or scan the
Promises
QR
kept.
code to learn more about how to apply. As we make these stores a reality, we are committed to ensuring those who work here will have good contracts for good jobs, with store workers receiving family-sustaining wages and benefits. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world, no New Yorker should have to worry about being able to afford to feed their family. This sentiment, frankly, is not new. More than a century ago, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia witnessed the food riots of 1917, led by immigrant mothers.
Hey, yo, okay, you're already mentioning the food riots, my guy. Like, don't be doing that because you know what that leads to. Are we ready for the Mamdani egg riot of 2027? I'm telling you. The Mamdani egg riot of 2027.
Those mothers took to the streets to overturn push carts and eventually called for a boycott of marked up goods. Years later, when he became mayor, he spearheaded the creation of municipally owned markets to reduce the cost of groceries for those same immigrant mothers. He did so because he believed in a simple definition of the task of government: to make people's lives better. Today, we are one step closer to fulfilling that fundamental responsibility. Thank you very much. Now with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy Mayor, Julie Su.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Mayor. I also want to acknowledge our groceries interagency task force who helped us get to this day, and many of whom are in the room with us. So as the mayor said, I'm Julie Su, the Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, a position that the mayor created to be sure that we are utilizing all the tools of city government to make New York City a place where the people who choose to live here also know that they belong here. And that belonging isn't abstract. When you can't afford something as basic as groceries, it feels like the city is pushing you out. It means making impossible choices: eggs or bananas, milk or meat, even essential groceries or necessary medication, food to fill a lunchbox or shoes to fit growing children's feet. A trip to the grocery store feels heavy, and that's not just because of the weight of the basket. A lot of what's pushing those prices up isn't ours to control. Wars an ocean away raise the cost of fuel, and that cost gets passed on to you.
This lady. Shut up. No.
Fix a reality.
Then 10 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, what would you say a municipal grocery store will siphon business from them, potentially lead them to raise prices for customers or shut down? And is your administration considering other alternatives, such as maybe helping grocery store owners subsidize rents or increase their purchasing power in some way that they can then pass on to the customer?
So we've talked about 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough. And thus far, we've announced La Marqueta in Manhattan and La Peninsula in the Bronx. And these 2 sites showcase the example of when you are speaking about a dense neighborhood, there is more than enough market for both existing grocers as well as one city-run grocery store. When we're talking about La Marqueta, we're talking about more than 65,000 New Yorkers who live within 10 minutes of that grocery store site. When we're talking about La Peninsula, we're talking about more than 150,000 New Yorkers who live in the Hunts Point area alone. And what we've seen is that the city already operates subsidized markets, for example, at Essex Street Market. And those are operating near multiple grocers, multiple bodegas, and we have not seen harm to local stores or operators. What we've also seen is that this is not the only approach that we have to dealing with the question of food insecurity, and also food operators. Just last week, we were proud to announce Open, which is not only a more than 50 legislative reforms and regulatory reforms that will lower the cost of keeping a business open and the time that it takes to liaise with city government, but is also a permanent approach for us at city government to cut red tape to ensure that bodegas, grocery store owners, a wide variety of small businesses across New York City.
I watched the movie Washington Heights, and now I say bodegas. He's fucking Muslim. What are you
continue to flourish because we see this as a city that is big enough for more than the 1,000 existing grocery stores that we currently have and 5 city-run grocery stores, one in each borough.
I'm Puerto Rican too.
Sorry? Yes, they will.
Any other on-topic questions?
Will the state-run grocery stores take SNAP? Nah, we take cash only. Like, what? Obviously, no shit. The communist grocery store takes SNAP.
Henry?
That'd be wild if they didn't.
Hi, Mayor.
take
How you
SNAP.
doing, sir?
How's it going?
Good. I have an off-topic, but I'll hold that until the appropriate time.
I'll swing back to you. Don't
Absolutely.
worry.
Thank
We
you very
promise.
much. Okay. Thank you. It sounds like what you're.
We are currently in our number 3 live stream of all time. I've been doing this every single day with you guys since the beginning of the Iran war. We do our poll of the day every single day, every hour. There were over 100 viewers in the first hour. We continue through overtime. We go up to maybe even 10, 11 hours. I'm here every single day with y'all. Hit subscribe, hit like, drop a comment, drop a super chat if you appreciate the show, if you've been with us. Think about subscribing. Become a communist member. You start off as a North Korean with the North Korean flag next to your name in the chat, and you make your way up to becoming an Israeli and eventually a U.S. citizen. We make fun of the news 7 days a week here, both sides of the equation. Back to Mamdani answering questions about his 5 state-run grocery stores selling plantains at 30% off. Ooh, okay.
Essentially offering these purveyors of grocery services is you cover the property tax, you build out the building, you cover any sort of recurring rent, but they have to bring in the food, discount at a certain amount, high quality of wages. I mean, these are millions of dollars effectively shuffling back and forth. So I'm wondering why not just spend these millions of dollars and give to agencies like the Campaign Against Hunger or City Harvest or, just direct established food programs.
We see in this city an opportunity to take an all of the above approach. We are going to continue to work with incredible partners like the ones that we're here with today, as well as ensure that food pantries across the 5 boroughs can flourish. And what we have seen is that far too often when it comes to city government's approach to delivering on affordability for groceries, there's always been the question of intermediaries, whatever it may be. And we are excited to deliver directly to New Yorkers that lower cost of essential goods. We're talking about a 30% discount across essential goods that will be the same at every single one of those 5 city-run grocery stores.
Right, that's what's so crazy. Okay, so you're going to open up a grocery store, you're going to sell all the capitalist bullshit like Tylenol and drugs and alcohol so that you can actually make money, because it's the only way you can make money with a store in New York City. And then you're going to have certain items where only at that grocery store you're lowering the price by 30%. So you're essentially trying to push the bodega out of business. Because if you had a bodega within like 5 blocks of the state-run bodega, why wouldn't you just go to the state-run bodega? Because if you need to pick up eggs or you need to pick up something else, you can at least get it 30% off at the state-run one. And you can still buy the Tylenol and the alcohol and the Coronas and your blunt wrap and all that shit at the state-run grocery store. It's just not 30% off. This is crazy. What you promised us was a socialist solution, which would be more of like a free food pantry that people that need it could go to get essentials, or even just to get the 30% off essential items. But you essentially competing with capitalism while making a profit margin of 30% on essential items that only you can compete with. Here we go. That like somebody that has a little bit of knowledge in the chat, please explain to me, what the fuck is the difference in this and the spark of the Soviet Union? Because it's essentially the same thing. You're allowing private business owners to not be able to compete against state-run grocery stores. It's just unfair business practice.
Stores. And what we are also talking about is city-run grocery stores, which will not be selling cigarettes or alcohol or lottery tickets.
God damn it. You know what? Mamdani's a populist. I'll admit it. I just got fucking bitch slapped in the face. I just got bitch slapped in the face, y'all. If you on the socialist team, you just watch me get a fucking slap to the face by Mamdani. Knock it off, I'm a populist. Pa! I'm like, fuck, I forgot. I'm sorry. I let all the Republican communism agenda push into me. I'm sorry, Mamdani.
Or hot foods.
I'm sorry,
Those are a
Mamdani.
lot of the places that drive revenue for a lot of existing grocers, existing bodegas. This is an approach that looks to address the question of affordability and food access without also harming the ability for other entities to continue to exist.
Fuck.
Any other on-topic questions,
All right.
Marcia?
Wrap that one up.
Oh, yeah, I'll swing back to you for the off
an
after.
on-topic question as well.
Yep, great.
Can I do
On
both?
topic now. We'll swing back to you for the off. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, I know that you talked about the fact that the grocery stores are not going to sell lottery tickets and cigarettes. Do you think that the income from those things in bodegas will offset the possibility of a loss of business? Because the bodega owners are really worried that they're going to be hurt. And so is your argument that the other...
She's like, I know that math is math and that makes sense, but let me ask the question again anyway. At least I'm not stupid enough to ask the same question twice. Man answered the question and he had a solution. And until we see this play out, we don't know. But they obviously are aware of competitive pricing, and they obviously are not trying to box out the other bodegas. And until these stores are up and running, we're not going to know. But their intent is at least, unless they're lying, their intent is not to box out and create a communist bodega revolution in New York City. So, like, this old Jewish lady from ABC asking the same question that's already been answered. Sit down.
things that they're able to sell will offset that loss?
My argument is
exactly. You already answered it.
Multifaceted.
Not competing.
The first
exactly.
thing I would say is that this is a model that builds off of what we already see in existence with Essex Street Market, and with that approach, there is a discounted approach that has not yielded any kind of a negative impact on bodegas or grocery stores around it. And we know
they're not going to fucking know until we do this. So shut up. But he's also telling you that they're putting in protective barriers by not taking, like, can you, like, genuinely, bodega revenue in New York City is mostly tobacco, alcohol, and lottery sales. And lottery is separate from tobacco and alcohol. So tobacco and alcohol, a lot of them don't even sell that, or they sell that illegally, and then they only sell the lottery tickets. But the fact that he's not even going to do the lottery tickets, he's clearly trying to not make this a problem.
That because if it had
the only argument you can really make right now that it's not working or that it's kind of silly or whatever is that they're putting a lot of infrastructure and a lot of money in place for 5 stores that are essentially giving you 30% off a lemon.
And it would be something that
that's
we'd be
a better
about.
argument
and yet what
than
it
being
has been
like
is
it's going to ruin the bodega because they're already trying to protect against that. They don't want to look like a Soviet thing.
That accepted as a fabric of life in that neighborhood. The second is that we are not looking to compete with bodegas or grocery stores when it comes to their ability to survive.
We don't know.
What we're looking to do is to provide affordability that is guaranteed to New Yorkers. And we know that a lot of what drives revenue for these bodegas, grocery stores, those are things that make it possible for them to continue to operate. Those are not things we have any interest in competing for. The last point that I would say is the absence of affordability in this city has pushed so many working class New Yorkers out of this city. And those are working class New Yorkers that could be customers for these bodegas, that could be customers for these for grocery stores across the 5 boroughs. And instead, we've seen an exodus. And we also know that where we are in New York City, it's important to acknowledge that.
And true, and if you've ever lived in New York, I mean, I lived in New York City for 6 years, like bodega price gouging, especially on essential goods like produce, especially produce, like apples, oranges, stuff like that, is astronomical. It's like $2 for an apple because they don't want you to buy the apple, and it costs them a lot of money to house the apple. So what's probably going to happen here, more than likely, with the New York infrastructure, is that these state-run grocery stores are going to become produce centers for inner-city produce, which is something that Democrats have been lobbying for since the early 90s. Is, you know, like the dead zones where they don't have any good, like, quality produce and stuff. That's what these 5 stores are going to end up becoming. Because it's still capitalism at the end of the day. It's still capitalism at the end of the day. If the stores are successful, they're going to be successful because they're able to give New Yorkers a product that the other bodegas are not able to give them. And right now, other bodegas do not want to give you cheap eggs, cheap fucking apples, cheap oranges, any of that kind of stuff. They're more interested in you going behind the counter, buying a $5 fucking ham and cheese, or getting that tobacco wrap, or whatever, and getting it every day, getting your little smoke vape every day from them, getting your little lottery ticket every day from them, getting your Bud Light every day from them. That's what they're interested in. Your soda every day from them, your candy every day from them. Those bodegas, especially in New York, are not interested in supplying the produce. They only supply it because they're the only offer. And if you're the only people offering something, you're still going to make more of a profit, right? And an apple does cost $2, $3 when you walk into a bodega, and you're like, it's fucking, what? Why? And if there were 5 stores built around Manhattan that specifically sold produce, even when I travel to New York, I'd go into the state-run grocery store because I could at least get my produce better than going down to Union Square's only Whole Foods and paying like $1 bazillion for some organic bullshit.
Affected every New Yorker.
There is no
However, that effect
infrastructure
has not been
for
evenly
produce
borne.
in New York.
Black New Yorkers, 200,000 black New Yorkers have been pushed out of the city in the last few decades. And that's effectively a reverse Great
But there's a lot of black New Yorker homeowners that would say otherwise. There's a lot of people in the Bronx that are saying that you're pushing them out now.
And that's something that we have to bring to an end with every single tool at our disposal.
It's a weird.
Any more on-topic questions, gentlemen? There.
Hi, how's it going, Mr. Mayor?
How's it going?
Question about the essential basket of goods. You said they're going to be 30% cheaper than they would be at the grocery store down the street, or even if there's one not down the street, if it's a food desert. How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So,
well, I think that's what, to be honest, before he says anything here, I think that's why it's 30% and it's not a deeper cut. Because if you put a 50% cut on produce by the government in New York City, you would have so many motherfuckers on Canal Street selling shit at 25% off.
RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program.
30% is a number that will get somebody that's 5 blocks away that needs to save some money, that needs to get weekly groceries to do it. But it's not enough of a percentage that somebody's going to buy a bunch of shit and sell apples at 10% off on Canal Street. Because it wouldn't benefit or profit them.
And for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling, I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, G-Pack, to add some additional details.
The government distributing
Yes, if you look
food
at our
is
RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure
they're distributing the food through private enterprise, though. You know what I mean?
that
through the
we
grocery
target
store.
New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card.
And the grocery store isn't government. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you walk into this grocery store, it's not like there's going to be like a government ID and this is the same as a state-run building. It's not a government entity. They're subsidizing it. The same as Palantir is not technically part of the U.S. government. Yeah, they just subsidize all of our weapons and AI
also
manufacturing.
we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers. So we are mindful of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the things in place to ensure that that does not happen.
And one more question for you. I know that you mentioned at a board meeting that La Marqueta was supposed to be potentially a draw for people from other neighborhoods.
Guys, we just hit number 2. Our number 2 largest stream of all time. Been live streaming every single day since the war in Iran on the very first day. We live stream whenever Trump goes live. We live stream at least once a day, even on the weekends. We give you the news 7 days a week. We make sure, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, keep the conversations going in this third hour, guys. I appreciate you all stopping by. If you have the time, if you believe in communism, you know, I am a little short on my rent, and I am sitting here live streaming with all of you. So communism first, everybody. Drop that $5 super chat, or if you want to become a part of the communist revolution, You can become a North Korean citizen by donating $4 a month and becoming a member. You grow gradually throughout the months and eventually become an Israeli and then a U.S. citizen, or actually, no, a U.S. citizen and then as an Israeli, as we all know it is. All right, guys, back to the news. Thank you all for stopping by. Only one number left.
Would be a,
number
a
one.
novelty, or at least something that people were excited to go to from other neighborhoods. Do you see that being the model for all 5 markets across?
I'm going to start with NJ in the back.
Good morning, sir. If you could just wait 1 second for the mic. Thank you. I want to make sure I can hear you.
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
I'd like to get your reaction to the shooting that killed the 12-year-old in the Bronx. And for example, you know, earlier this year, the commissioner separated the Bronx into 2 police precincts precisely to curtail this kind of violence. So please, your reaction to that. Does more need to be done?
There's always more to be done. We can never accept that a 12-year-old boy sitting on his bicycle outside of a bodega could be killed in our state.
Stop saying bodega. You're not a fucking cast member on a Lin-Manuel Miranda movie. What are we doing?
And my family
it's goddamn PBS,
breaks,
NPR
my heart
bullshit,
breaks for the family of Jacob
shit.
Freitas.
Hate it.
We are speaking of a young man who should have been able to do what every New Yorker
But then again, Trump's doing it on like the Republican side because Trump today was like, Mexico.
Be able to do, which is just live their life in the
they
summer.
They both are
in the
doing
city.
their versions of
and
it.
I was only a few blocks away from where he was killed just yesterday at the Bronx Dominican Day Parade. And even at a day that so many look forward to for so much of the year, it hung over that parade because it is an ache in our souls. And I am so appreciative of the work of our NYPD, of having gotten more than 2,000 guns off of the streets in these first 7 months, and in the fact that they have already apprehended William Ferrer, who for the murder of Jacob and for the shooting of 2 others. And yet we also know that we can never say that enough has been done when we are seeing our children being killed on our streets.
And then I'm going to go to Miles at Bloomberg.
I wonder if you can, today is the deadline for the expiration of TPS for Haitians and Syrians. I wonder what the city is doing to help those populations here, and are you on alert for any ICE-related enforcement actions?
We know that Haitian New Yorkers, Syrian New Yorkers, they are a part of the fabric of this city. And we also know that while a judge stayed that decision until today, that it still has left so many living in a state of permanent insecurity and anxiety. And we are speaking about New Yorkers who have been a part of the lifeblood of the city, who have helped to make this city what it is. And our administration is not going to allow these communities to be terrorized on their own. We are going to be standing up for these communities, and we have instructed our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs to continue to connect families to free and confidential legal help. That is something that is going to continue, as is the fact that our city services are going to be accessible no matter what the person calling status is. And at the federal level, we also know that Congress does have the power to give these families permanent protection, whether they be Syrian New Yorkers or Haitian New Yorkers.
Guys,
and
we just did it. We just did it. The largest stream ever on our show. We're going to put out a special video right now just to celebrate real quick. We will get back to the end of Mamdani. Thank you all for tuning in. I've been doing live streaming mobile only since the very first day of the Iran war. I'm an ex-production assistant of The Daily Show, The President's Show at Comedy Central, and Dana Bash at CNN. I spent 17 years in the industry. I eventually left. I've made 15 feature films. If you can't support hitting that super chat or subscribing to the channel with any money, tonight when you leave, make sure you go to Google. Google my name, Alex R. Wagner. Not Alex Wagner, the fucking stupid lady from MSNBC, but Alex R. Wagner, the real Alex Wagner, because I have 16 feature films on Tubi, Plex, and also my film about Christmas in Florida, the year of COVID, the only Christmas movie ever to end on January 6th, is now available on Amazon Prime, guys. Go watch it. Go enjoy it. It was a movie that my Bank of America bank account got frozen with $5,000 advance for because of a January 6th investigation. I eventually got my money back. I was not debanked. But the movie is now finally available on a major platform, Amazon Prime. I thank you all for watching, for helping support the channel throughout this time. Here we go. the video we should watch just for celebration here. No Kings, Daddy Trump. Woo! #1 live stream of all time, guys. Thank you all for tuning in.
Done a great job, and it's very cool. Oh my gosh! Isn't that great? Just went up yesterday.
Oh, better man making fun of the news than Daddy Trump. #1 spot, bro. Hell yeah! #1 live stream we've ever done, guys. We're only what? 110 days into this? We got 834 more live streams, guys. We got 834 more. Just like Donald Trump, we don't quit. We lose, we come back. We just keep saying we ain't losing. That's the one thing we should learn from Donald Trump. For real. They were like, you're a racist that's making sure black people can't be in an apartment building. He's like, no. Eventually, they admit that he wasn't racist. Then they do it again. He goes, you're bankrupt, Trump. You're bankrupt. You're a loser. He's like, if I'm a loser, why is my name still on the building? And then all of a sudden, he's fucking all over the TV. SNL, fucking Apprentice, etc. It's the philosophy of just never admitting that you lose, even when you are losing. Look at what he did on the ultimate scale, the third time around. He was told, you lost the election. You have to say you lost. And instead, he demanded he didn't lose for 5 years and changed the narrative of history again. Learn one lesson from Donald Trump. Even if you're down in life, do not ever turn the music down. You can't hear me. Do not ever give up, even if you're a loser. Never admit defeat. Never admit defeat. Because if you admit defeat, you can't have the comeback. You can't beat Trump. I know, like, oh, humble, be humble. My first production company was called Never Humble. So, I mean, it makes sense that I'm here with this, but holy shit, guys. The largest live stream we've ever done. I appreciate you all. On a weird day, too. Just like GM. It's just about every day. It's just every day. Never quit. Last night was like one of my lowest streams, too. We did like a Woodstock 99 retrospective. Like 4,000 views. I was like, fuck, man. I got to figure out how to get the attention of these people again. And here we go. And here we go. Woo! All right, enough. Let's get back into it. Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani. Let's get back to the news. Mamdani and his grocery store.
Of TPS for Haitians and Syrians. I wonder what the city is doing to help those populations here, and are you on alert for any ICE-related enforcement actions?
Street Gay San Francisco club music? Because it's the anthem of the authoritarian Nazi king ruler, Donald Trump.
We know that Haitian New Yorkers, Syrian New Yorkers, they are a part of the fabric of this city. And we also know that while a judge stayed that decision until today, that it still has left so many living in a state of permanent insecurity and anxiety. And we are speaking about New Yorkers who have been a part of the lifeblood of the city, who have helped to make this city what it is. And our administration is not going to allow these communities to be terrorized on their own. We are going to be standing up for these communities, and we have instructed our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs to continue to connect families to free and confidential legal help. That is something that is going to continue, as is the fact that our city services are going to be accessible no matter what the person calling status is. And at the federal level, we also know that Congress does have the power to give these families permanent protection, whether they be Syrian New Yorkers or Haitian New Yorkers. And it should use it now, before more parents are separated from their children. And it is something that I am very much adding my voice to the call for Congress to take this action to do.
Then we're going to go back to Marcia and Henry. Keep my promise for an off topic.
Mr. Mayor, there was a number of people from.
Sorry, would you mind bringing the microphone up?
A number of people who are survivors of 9/11 are calling on
Thank you all
not
for
to go
being
to
part of the
9/11
largest
memorial
live stream.
services. I wonder how you feel about the fact that they're trying to keep you away.
I will proudly honor the families, the survivors, the first responders forever impacted by that horrific terror attack by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming that we will never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who call this city home and, frankly, by all of us who call this country home.
Hi, Mayor. I was just wondering if you could also respond to Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments on Fox. I don't know if you saw them 24 hours ago or so, saying that you, in fact, were fomenting hate. It was brought up in the context of the Upper West Side attack that is suspected to be a hate crime. I'm wondering what you make of his comments and if you have spoken to any federal officials, including President...
Whoa. See, here's the problem. The fucking media being shilly fucking liberal bullshitters again. The International Criminal Court 2 days ago reprimanded the judge that brought down the subpoena on Netanyahu. He was a sexually abusing women. The judge who was in charge of the subpoena was sexually assaulting women, which is why Netanyahu brought up Mamdani at all. And then on top of that, he said, yeah, there was a man who was stabbed, a Jewish man that was stabbed with another Asian man. And the man that was stabbing them was screaming the words out on a New York street 2 days ago, Allah Akbar. And the day before that, you were over here perpetuating that this international court that was run by a literal sex offender who has now been exposed is something that we should have executed the warrant of, when even Rubio had said 3 or 4 weeks earlier that the international court was not a body to trust. And then it was founded that the man was a sexual assault, of all things, a Democrat. And then Trump, they just walk over it. They don't even bring it up in the questioning. They're like, so do you have any comments to Netanyahu talking about the Allah Akbar and stabbing the Jew in the middle of your streets? And it's like, bro, it's so much deeper than that. You have been demanding that this international court is this body we need to listen to. And now the judge that wrote the fucking... is a sexual abuser?
All to accept the ICC and arrest him.
So I'm not interested in getting into a back and forth with Prime Minister Netanyahu. What I will say is...
Then why did you do it? Then why are you saying that the federal government should do something by arresting Netanyahu? And also, why are you saying that he's not welcome there, even though legally you said you can't arrest him? What does not welcome there mean? What do you mean by that? Why are you saying you won't meet with him? This is weird. You won't speak to certain individuals or certain world leaders because you think that they're international criminals. And now the court that said that he was an international criminal, oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, sexual assault. Fucking, what the fuck?
Is that here in New York City, one of my top priorities is keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, keeping every single New Yorker safe. And we know that while Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of all New Yorkers, they comprise a majority of the victims of all hate crimes. And it is unacceptable. And I am thankful, as we have seen over the past few days, that the Asian New Yorker and the Jewish New Yorker who were stabbed are in stable condition. I continue to wish them...
And why don't you fucking condemn, like you condemned Netanyahu, the man who screamed Allah Akbar and stabbed the Jewish man in the chest?
A full and a speedy recovery. And I'm also thankful to the NYPD for having acted quickly and swiftly.
Right here, Karim Khan. This is the guy that wrote the warrant saying that Netanyahu is a war criminal, which Mr. Mamdani here wants us to execute that warrant through our federal government. This is the fucking guy, okay? His name is Karim Khan. Position, Chief Prosecution of International Criminal Court. Responsible for investigating and prosecuting genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggregation. High-profile case. Khan oversaw investigations that led to arrest warrants for Russian President Vladimir Putin, Israel's Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Hamas leaders as well. the allegations. Beginning in 2024, a female ICC staff member accused Khan of repeated unwanted sexual advances, sexual harassment, coercive, non-consensual sexual acts while she worked directly under him, abuse of his position of authority over her, which led to his removal. And now we're supposed to believe that judge?
To apprehend Raul Morales, who has now been charged, as
Israel
you said,
might be
with not
evil,
only
but I don't
attempted
want to
murder,
be
but
judged
also
by
a
no
hate
guy
crime. I
who's
look forward to
raping
him
his
being
assistants.
prosecuted to the full extent of the law, because as we know, here in this city, we have no
Full
tolerance
extent
for
of the
hatred. We
law.
have no tolerance.
What law? What law? Because our federal government has said ICC is not to be trusted, and then soon as he said that, 2 days later we find out that the head judge that wrote the warrant was abusing his assistant sexually on a repeated basis to the point where they had to remove him. So what law, what governing body, what thing are you actually talking about here? Are you still talking about the ICC, motherfucker?
For bigotry. And I also want to make one thing clear, which is that we have to not only do the work in response to these kinds of crimes, but also to prevent these crimes of crimes. And that's why our administration made a decision to increase funding for the Office of Hate Crime Prevention by more than 800% earlier this year, so we can start to do the work of rooting out anti-Semitism and bigotry of any kind from across the 5 boroughs.
Personally followed up on your call to accept the ICC and make the arrest.
Have you personally followed up on your call to the ICC and to make the arrest? Journalist, something really interesting over the last 48 hours happened with the ICC. Why are you missing that point? Why are you asking the mayor of New York if he called the ICC back? Why are you not asking the mayor of New York, why are you saying that we need to execute the warrant of the ICC when the head judge is raping his assistant and being removed? And the Secretary of the United States is saying the ICC should not be trusted with U.S. sovereignty. You're a fucking walking, talking bimbo.
Made my thoughts clear. I'll keep the conversation between the president, between him and myself.
Great, thanks.
See, this is what happens when you open yourself up, motherfucker. Now you got to start keep answering. You think the Jewish media in New York are going to settle down?
So we're going to go with Kelly in the back.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Kelly. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I just want to say we're down the street from where my family immigrated, so that's cool.
Oh, amazing. Are they still there?
No. My grandfather sold it and moved to Florida, like all New Yorkers do.
The affordability crisis.
Wow.
So I wanted to ask you, going back to the 12-
Right in front of him. He was like, oh, you guys still live there? No. We live in Florida now. Anyway.
That was shot in the Bronx. Our reporter was able to speak to the family of Jacob earlier today, and they said that you were at the Dominican Day Parade yesterday, but you didn't spend any time at the scene or visiting the family. I wanted to get your response to that criticism. And also...
Yeah, didn't want to get photographed near the fucking people that were protesting for Israel.
Have you spoken to Trump directly about TPS for Haitians and Syrians?
So I will just echo what I shared earlier. I'll keep the conversations between the president and myself. However, on the first question, our administration has been in touch with the family. I've also reached out to the family, and the family is going through something that no New Yorker should have to go through, and that is the kind of heartbreak of having to bury their son. And we are looking for every which way that we can be there for them in this time, and also looking to ensure that there are no additional New Yorkers who ever have to experience a heartbreak like this. Again, we're speaking about a 12-year-old boy who was on his bicycle outside of a bodega and lost his life as a result of that, through no fault of his own. And I've also seen some commentary trying to blame Jacob for his presence outside of that bodega, and I think that is frankly unacceptable, and it's distracting from the fact that gun violence is to blame for this, not a 12-year-old boy.
Great, time for just a few more. I'll go with Timmy.
Mr. Facciola, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. How was your weekend?
It's good.
2 questions on the sheriff.
Yes.
One, why did it take so long for your administration to fire Miranda? And then 2, are there any city employees who were served subpoenas or had their homes visited by feds last week on the same day when the feds visited Miranda?
So I will get back to you on your second question. What I will say to the first question is one of the things that we understand within our administration is the critical importance of the position of the sheriff and finding someone who embodies the integrity that that position has to hold. And earlier I was being asked about Haitian New Yorkers. I'm incredibly excited that after this, I will be going to the inauguration of our new sheriff, who will also be the first Haitian American to serve in a position of leadership in law enforcement here in New York City. Thank you.
Time for one more right there.
Jeez.
Hi, Mayor. Going back to the topic earlier when it comes to the Prime Minister of Israel, I understand that you're making it clear that you're criticizing a particular politician, not the ethnic group, but there have been growing concerns amongst elected officials, some of your allies, such as the Attorney General, Letitia James, about the fact that comments and rhetoric may be rising temperatures. Do you take those concerns to heart, and what is your plan to bring down those temperatures?
So I think, to your point, when I make criticisms of Prime Minister Netanyahu, they are criticisms of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And what I shared were not even, frankly, personal.
No, you're right. You're not even personal. You're saying the ICC did this and we should follow the law. But the ICC is run by a man who was raping his assistant and he had to leave. Why is no one in all of New York willing to fucking ask this man that question? It's like disgusting.
Assessments, they were objective facts. And my responsibility as a New Yorker and as a mayor of this city is a responsibility to take care of each and every person who calls the city their home. And that is not based upon whether or not they agree with me, how they feel about me. My job is to make sure that they are safe, that they are thriving, and they continue to call this city home. And that's always going to be my North Star on how we can do that. Because this is an incredible city, and it's a city where everyone needs to know that their belonging to it is not conditional on how they feel about the mayor.
And is there a reason that you told the New York Times that you were still in active conversation with the legal department in regards to possibly following up on that arrest warrant when you were previously told that that necessarily couldn't happen?
I've said that all I have to say on that topic.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone. That's all the time we have.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We're going to get into it. Our hour 4 of our show. Keep staying with us right now. We're going to get into the news in a second. But right now, AOC versus J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance advancing, bro. Like, without a doubt. Like, way, way more votes for J.D. Vance up against AOC than J.D. Vance up against Newsom. It kind of shows you why Newsom is up there. You know what I mean? It kind of shows you exactly why Newsom is in the lead. And let's see who our next victim is in this poll. It's going to be J.D. Vance versus Marco Rubio. Okay? Who will be president in 2028? It's 834 days until election. We got J.D. Vance with 64 wins up against Marco Rubio with 4 wins. Who you choosing? Maybe Marco Rubio's the Democrat in this one, huh? I don't know. We'll see what's going on. Next hour is up now. Let's see if we got any Mo news. Let's see if we got any news from the news channels. Yeah, here we go. Today, host Savannah Guthrie appears to directly address whomever kidnapped her mother in a video pleading for help posted to her Instagram page Monday morning. And sad news as Carly Simon reveals a Parkinson's diagnosis. I don't know who Carly Simmons is, but if you know who she is, guess it's an artist that's doing some shit. All right, guys, let's get into it. Our next video is up now. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. History. Lawyer explains why we should not vote for any U.S. senator.
The deal.
This is a really interesting one I wanted to check out. Jake the Lawyer dropping this one this week. Here we go.
Okay, here's the deal. The most powerful position in the American government today that is directly elected by popular vote is the position of United States Senator. Now I'm going to tell you why we shouldn't vote for them.
Kill the lawyer!
Kill the lawyer!
I'm not that kind of lawyer.
Okay, but do you think the federal government has gotten too big and puts too much power in the hands of unelected bureaucrats? Because if the answer is yes, then allow me to tell you why not voting for U.S. senators might actually help fix that problem, at least a little bit. I'm Jake the Lawyer, and welcome back to Internet Esquire. All right, the reason why we shouldn't elect U.S. senators by popular vote isn't what you might think. It's not because people are too stupid to vote or because one stereotypically clean-cut white man thinks we need less democracy. No, it's because voting for senators fundamentally changes.
Oh, Carly Simmons sang the song You're So Vain. Damn. Carly Simmons just announced that she has Parkinson's disease today.
Changed the entire structure of American politics and the incentives of our most powerful politicians. Because here's the thing that most people don't even know. The Constitution and the federal system was never designed this way. But in 1913, we broke away from that system with the passage of the 17th Amendment, which allowed for senators to be directly elected by the people from their state. You see, prior to that, senators were not directly elected by the people, but by the legislatures of their state. And they went to Washington not necessarily as direct representatives of the people, but as ambassadors of their state government. Now, on paper, this switch sounds pretty harmless. I mean, probably even a good thing. Why not let the people of each state decide who their senators should be? We already do that in the House of Representatives, so what's the difference? But like most things that are truly culturally and politically significant, they always begin with the classic, "It's not that big of a deal, why do you care so much" line. And the 17th Amendment fit this argument to a T. What started as an argument against wealthy special interests and corruption by corporate oligarchy, in reality broke the federal government away from its original structure of true federalism and established the foundation of the modern federal bureaucratic administrative state. All while doing nothing to change whether senators were actually controlled by wealthy special interests and corrupted by corporate oligarchy.
Gosh darn it! Shoot!
Allow me to explain. If you didn't know because you somehow fell asleep through the entirety of middle school civics,
those things which we see.
The United States Constitution is the governing document that lays out the political operating system for the United States into a system that we call federalism. Good job. And it is for this reason that we refer to the United States government today as the federal government and not the national government or the central government. And of course, built into this structure of federalism is sort of a Russian doll-like version of government where you have the federal government, then state governments, then smaller city, county, and local governments. Okay, duh. But here's the point. In true federalism, each individual state participates in that system, not as some lesser servant to Washington, D.C., but as an independent political entity. In fact, the United States Constitution is not so much a contract between we the people and the federal government as it is a contract between the several states. In legal reality, the Constitution is a multi-state agreement where each state participates in that system as its own political body. Hence the term the United States of America. Yep. United States. Individual. And you get the idea. Moving on. Anyway, as a result, that means that states are not just governed by the central government as like children on a school bus.
Hey, who threw that?
No, instead, in true federalism, states operate almost as near peers, separate centers of political power that check, balance, and sometimes resist that national government. And there are several very good reasons for this. First and foremost, federalism is a structural limit on power, not just on paper, but in practical reality. And it lets states govern according to their own needs while giving citizens multiple layers of political representation. And under Article 1 of the Constitution, remember the operating manual, hopefully you didn't fall asleep for that one, here's how this idea of federalism is laid out in America. Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives, which is otherwise known as a bicameral legislature. We didn't make this up, we got it from the English, who have the House of Lords and the House of Commons. The Senate and the House of Representatives was set up sort of as the same thing, kind of, not exactly.
And then it became a
you get the idea.
thing. Yeah.
The point is that within that bicameral legislature, the people are directly represented in the House, and the states, were directly represented in the Senate. That is how the Constitution was designed, and the reason for that is rational and clear. The House was designed to be the more immediate Democratic branch of Congress, closer to public opinion, elected more frequently, and responsible to answer directly to local voters. Whereas the Senate, by contrast, was chosen by state legislatures to represent the political interests of the state inside of that new political system and to sort of be the sober second opinion of whatever the House wanted. And as shocking as this might sound to us today, senators were not chosen directly by the people because they weren't directly representing the people. So this system thus provided multiple layers of representation for the citizens, while also ensuring that both the people and the states had direct representation in Congress. And look, this is a pretty critical thing that we just often tend to overlook today because, again, the Constitution was an agreement between the states. And we know this to be true because one of the last lines of the Constitution says, "Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present." And also, given that the Constitution couldn't become effective until it was ratified by the states, and if any amendment today is passed, it also must be ratified by the states. But in 1913, the 17th Amendment changed all that by changing who senators feared. They no longer feared their legislatures, they now feared the people directly. Once senators stopped depending on state legislatures for their jobs, those states lost their direct seat at the federal government bargaining table. And under a system of federalism where states are separate centers of political power that are responsible to check, balance, and sometimes resist that national government, when you remove their seat at the table, which political entity is now responsible to keep that national government in check? The people alone. That's who. Now, you might not think that's a very big deal, but let me ask you this very obvious question. Who would you rather place in charge of the schoolyard bully that is the federal government?
Come on, freak!
A necessary bully, to be fair, but a bully nonetheless. Option A, the people alone, or option B, the people and 50 other state governments. Which option do you think is more likely to control the schoolyard bully? Obviously, the answer is B. If you chose A,
stop it. Get some help.
But alas, when the 17th Amendment was ratified, America chose option A. And senators who once had reason to protect state sovereignty and limit federal law to truly national issues now had reason to expand federal law even when it wasn't necessary and even when it cut in on state authority. And the reason for this is simple. Once state governments lost control of their senators, Washington could pass broader national programs, attach federal money to those programs, and pressure states to comply if they wanted the funding. But if the state rejected the program, the federal money
now Trump
stayed
uses
out,
those same
and
things against
the
them.
senator could then turn around and blame the state legislature rather than working with them in order to keep their job. Senators were no longer directly allied with their own state legislatures. They now had a new master, federal money and approval from their constituents. And the result was that the federal system...
Right, so if your senator is against Donald Trump, but your entire state is like, why are we spending money on your travel if you're just against Donald Trump? Their response is, well, it doesn't matter. Everybody's still going to vote for me in the state. It's crazy.
Became federal almost in name only because the very entities that created the Constitution no longer had a direct say in how it functioned. And of course, you might be tempted to think that up to this point in the video, I'm simply arguing that we go back to the way things were because I'm a constitutional purist, but no, this is not an argument against all federal power. This is an argument against unchecked federal power that has no meaningful built-in institutional counterweight. You know, kind of like how the Constitution was designed. But the problem begins when the federal government's incentive is to treat every problem as a national problem because state pushback has been left entirely out of the conversation. And once every problem becomes a national problem, every national problem becomes an excuse for more federal power.
We have become exceedingly efficient at it.
Here's what I mean. We have 542 elected positions within the federal government, and yet the federal government is the largest employer in the United States of America, employing over 2.7 million people.
You serious?
Repealing the 17th Amendment and putting states back into their rightful place within the constitutional structure would at least in turn help incentivize a slowdown in the permanent expansion of the federal administrative state. I mean, it might even stop it in some places. Call me a dreamer. All right, so how did we get here? Because the historical context to how the 17th Amendment came to be is just as fascinating as what it actually did for
Crusader, welcome to the Mod Club. I give out mods every once in a while. People I see having good conversations
the
in the
answer
chat.
begins with progressive ideology.
Only 2 rules, guys. No death threats, no spamming. Those are 24-hour immediate bans. Other than that, if somebody's really pissing you off, maybe give them 60 seconds, 10 minutes, whatever. Use your powers sparingly. But we're free speech here. We just let everybody talk, all that kind of stuff.
I know. You're shocked. And that ideology, for better or for worse, began during America's Gilded Age. After the Civil War, and especially from the 1870s through the 1890s, the United States industrialized at a pace never seen before in world history. As a nation, we went from mostly small-town agricultural and local economies before the war to a giant national economy in just 30 years following the war. And obviously, a change of that scale hit the political system hard. So here are a few examples of what happened, just to sort of put things in perspective. In the decades following the Civil War, entirely new industries grew to enormous importance, including things like steel, oil, electricity, and large-scale manufacturing. And this expansion of industry was connected nationally in a way that did not exist before the war with the expansion of the railroad. Cities exploded in size. Industrialization drew millions of Americans and immigrants towards urban centers seeking new jobs where new factories were located. The city of Chicago, for example, grew from what was a relatively small frontier town to one of the nation's largest industrial manufacturing centers in just a single generation. And as a result of all of this, huge corporations began to appear in a way that had never been seen before in the history of America. Men like John D. Rockefeller of Standard Oil and Andrew Carnegie of Carnegie Steel emerged, with more industrial capacity and economic power than had previously been thought conceivable. Well, it wasn't long before all of this significant change in such a short amount of time brought about a sense of social disruption and the feeling that America was losing a sense of herself. People began to wonder if the enormous economic power created through industrialization had become too powerful, and if industrialization, party machine politics, and corporate interests had fundamentally corrupted the system itself. Because despite all of the progress of the Gilded Age, the problems created during the Gilded Age were also real. The rapid pace of industrialization often did not keep up in some of the places that it mattered most. Yes, America had electricity and steel skyscrapers and was the economic envy of the Western world, but factory workers endured dangerous conditions, worked incredibly long hours, and of course, child labor was a thing. Cities struggled with overcrowded tenements, disease, and poor sanitation. Political parties largely controlled local governments, corporations bribed public officials, and entire industries became dominated by just a handful of extraordinarily powerful men, even if it was those men who basically created those industries. And by the mid-1880s, a progressive movement had emerged. A movement that was going to fight for the little guy. Or so they thought. But before we get into that, it's time for a word from today's sponsor, CoverOn. That's right, we are doing these because they support the channel. So welcome, CoverOn. Here's what's happening. I've been using CoverOn myself, and they are an all-in-one digital...
Let's go into. I got a different video that we can get into right now. That got a little dry there in a minute. Kind of lost my interest.
Trump 2028, 4 more years, Gulf of America. Of course, the classic Make America Great Again in various shapes and sizes and colors and bundles for you and all your friends. But really, TrumpStore.com has everything. They've got shot glasses, wine glasses, liquor glasses, beer glasses, teddy bears, kitchen essentials, robes and linens, skincare, pickleball paddles, dog collars, blankets, candles, perfume, ornaments, shoelaces, ties, and pins. For some reason, they sell a $1,200 deck chair on here. It's just a humongous mess of stuff. They've got keychains, sneakers, shirts, jackets, vests, pajamas, tote bags, jewelry, workout clothes, an entire section for golf supplies, and a $550 purse that has the words Trump in Swarovski crystal that's listed as gold, even though they only sell it in silver. Actually, though, I kind of do like this. The USA 250 anniversary hat that features the Liberty Bell, a bald eagle, the Statue of Liberty, Mount Rushmore, and the American flag all embroidered on one trucker hat. This might be the nicest thing on here. This is probably what happens when you go to an Alibaba supplier and say, hey, take my logo and put it on one of everything you have. There's no vision, no style, no aesthetic. It's just merch slop. Regardless of my opinion, though, the point is the Trump Store makes a ton of money. Known on paper as T Retail LLC, TrumpStore.com has been around since 2017, when Trump first became president, and since then, it's generated between $18 and $20 million in sales. This is the first time an American president has sold merch while in office, let alone making millions of dollars a year while doing so. But if you're wondering what this means, well, my answer is that really it means nothing. Did you guys really think I was going to make an entire 40-minute video where the entire point is just me crying that the president selling millions of dollars worth of bedroom slippers and shot glasses on an online merch store is a symbol of the rapidly approaching death of the United States as a nation? Okay, I lied. That actually is exactly what I think that means. But the deeper I started to look at how the Trump family is making money right now, the online merch store started to look downright innocent. But more importantly, I'm late for an appointment to go get my new watch. This is the Fight Red Beauty timepiece, a $499 watch sold by Trump Watches that basically looks and feels like something you could get behind the counter at a bodega in Chinatown. Do you guys hear that? This is my Tissot. This is the nicest watch I have. I've had it for 2 years, worn it almost every day. This is my brand new Trump watch.
Okay, but
incredible. This watch represents something that's never happened before in American history. The president is running a business empire in the White House.
That's the real deal. That's the real deal.
Today we're here to introduce Trump Mobile.
Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
But the watch is really just the funny part. The $3 million they made from selling these watches is a lot. I could retire my whole family forever with that money, but it's also nothing in comparison.
That's what's funny about everybody that ever does an investigation about the Trump memorabilia and shit ends up buying like hundreds of dollars in like fucking Trump shit.
The Gulf state money, the Israeli real estate money, the crypto companies, the defense startup contracts, and this whole network of family and friends that are making billions of dollars from Donald Trump's status as president. Really, this video is about one simple question. How did the Trump empire turn the presidency into a business opportunity? Just how deep does their mixing of politics and money go? And what does it mean for the rest of us? So the Trump watch brand, which is known legally as the Best Watches on Earth LLC, is actually a whole line of watches, and it ranges from what I've got here all the way to the $100,000 Trump Victory watches that are made entirely out of 18-karat gold and decorated with 100 diamonds and feature tourbillons, tiny handmade cages made from dozens of microscopic rotating parts that typically signify that a watch is very expensive and very high quality. Point being, 2024 and 2025 saw the release of a whole range of Trump branded product lines. They recently did a line of $250 perfumes and colognes that come in bottles shaped as golden Trump statues, Trump guitars, a line of instruments adorned with gigantic bald eagles and American flags. They even launched GodBlessTheUSA.com, a website where you can buy a $100 book that contains the US Constitution, Declaration of Independence, the King James Holy Bible, and the lyrics to Lee Greenwood's classic song, God Bless the USA. Most recently, the Trump family announced a new brand called Trump Mobile, where they're selling $499 gold-colored made-in-America smartphones. And that's not even to mention the Trump NFT line, which featured a limited run of 45,000 virtual Trump trading cards that all sold out in 24 hours. But point being, when I started looking at what these products actually are and where they're coming from, it quickly got pretty absurd. All of this stuff is presented as grand and luxurious and powerfully American. Let's just look at the watches, right? Now, I'm a guy who likes watches, but I have not yet bought a watch that isn't available for next day delivery on Amazon. That's the level I'm at, okay? So I can't really analyze the horological qualities of the fight red beauty, but I can tell you it only took me 5 minutes on Google to find evidence that these $500 to $3,000 watches from TrumpWatches.com are made with $25 worth of Alibaba parts. I mean, you know, not to get too technical, but this fight red beauty literally has a quartz movement in it for $500. That's pretty insane. I even found a number of posts online from people who claim to be experts saying that the $100,000 Trump watches are made with Chinese parts as well. The Trump phone is the same story. It was found to have been based on a $200 Chinese smartphone with a new back panel installed. And furthermore, those were never even shipped to customers who paid for them. The Trump guitars, the Bible, the sneakers, the fragrances, it's all pretty much the same story. The Trump Bible that sells for $99 to Americans, this is pretty crazy to me. It was found by the Associated Press to have been made in China at a cost of $3 per book. Meanwhile, for the Trump guitar, the Chinese factory that made those actually came out and said, hey, yeah, that's our work. We did that. You know, it's got these bald eagles, these big flags, make America great again. And then it's just made in some factory in China. And I thought this was kind of funny. After they released Trump guitars, Les Paul sent over a cease and desist and said, hey, you just ripped off our design in its entirety. Like, don't sell these anymore. The point is that these products are making the president a mountain of money. So in 2024, the only year for which we have Trump's financial disclosures for his second term so far, he made $3 million in royalties from watches, $2.5 million in royalties from sneakers and colognes, $1.3 million for Bibles, $1 million for guitars, $17 million for NFTs, $3 million for this coffee table book that I forgot to even mention. Then there's the $60 million they supposedly got in pre-orders for Trump phones, which could turn into $300 million if all the purchases end up going through. We're looking here at a total of $87 million in sales from Trump-branded products just in the last 2 years. Then if you add on to that $15 million from TrumpStore.com, although that number is kind of fuzzy because there's some years from which we don't have disclosures because Trump wasn't president, we're looking at $102 million in sales on Donald Trump branded products ever since he went into politics. But then there's even more products that I missed. There's TrumpCoins.com, which sells officially licensed Trump medallions made of Troy silver, which costs on the open market $60 for an ounce. But they sell them for $250 a pop, but that brand isn't in any of their financial disclosures. I also somehow missed 2 more coffee table books the Trump family sold, reportedly for a combined $24 million in revenue. But point being, all that together brings us to a very incomplete total of $126 million in presidential merch sold in the last couple of years. But again, that's minus the coins, minus what he did in 2025, minus the total of the Trump phone. We have no idea how much that made yet. The president of the United States having a merch store where you can pay hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars to buy stuff with his name on it. It's pretty tacky, guys. It just is. And the fact that it's all overpriced, low-quality Chinese stuff, despite heavy American branding, is honestly, to me, just kind of hilarious. But at the end of the day, I'm having a hard time taking it that seriously. The more and more I started to understand how the Trump family is generating revenue right now, it started kind of feeling more just funny to me than anything. Yeah. Because even though they've sold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of merch, it's really still just one tiny piece of the pie. The Trump empire began as a family business 99 years ago when recently married German immigrants Elizabeth and Frederick Trump, the grandparents of President Donald Trump, began buying and developing real estate in the then rapidly developing Queens borough of New York City. 4 generations and 99 years later, the Trump family still leads the business themselves, with Donald's sons Eric and Don Jr. serving as executive vice presidents of the Trump organization. But as I was researching how exactly the Trump family is making money right now today, more threads than ever seem to lead me towards one person in particular, and that person is Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
Harvard and NYU, a successful businessman, and one of President Trump's most influential advisors. Please welcome Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner was born in New Jersey in 1981, the son of Charles Kushner, a lawyer, real estate developer, and one of the most powerful landlords on the East Coast, with roughly 25,000 apartments owned across the region. And Charles was also a major Democratic donor, with a social circle that included Bill and Hillary Clinton and Al Gore. As the son himself of prominent real estate developers and Jewish immigrants from Poland, Charles Kushner was also a major donor to Jewish and Israeli causes, having a close personal relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu to the point where, and this has been widely reported, his son Jared had to give up his childhood bedroom and stay in the basement so Netanyahu could spend the night at the Kushners' home while he traveled through the US.
What?
Essentially, the Kushners were the definition of elite. Rich, influential, and well-connected. That is until 2005, when he ended up pleading guilty to 18 counts of illegal campaign contributions, some of which had been made to Hillary Clinton and Al Gore themselves, as well as tax evasion and witness tampering.
New Jersey-based developer Charles Kushner is charged with hiring a prostitute to blackmail 2 witnesses in a federal investigation where he is a target.
Referring to the time he famously hired a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law so he could film the encounter, show his sister, and blackmail his family out of cooperating during the tax fraud investigation against him. Ultimately, Charles would be disbarred from practicing law and spend a couple of years at a prison in Alabama, while in the meantime, his now 25-year-old son Jared takes over the family business and quickly begins moving in his own ambitious direction. Jared Kushner's first big investment as the 25-year-old CEO of Kushner Companies was to purchase the New York Observer, a moderately popular weekly newspaper that was known for covering culture, real estate developments, and politics from a somewhat highbrow perspective. He purchased it for a sum of $10 million that he reportedly borrowed from his family. But in the years after Kushner's purchase, the Observer has been accused of being used as a tool for propaganda against Kushner's rivals in real estate, and its long-term editor-in-chief stepped down after just 2 years of his ownership, famously saying, "This guy doesn't know what he doesn't know." This was also around the time he would meet his future wife, Ivanka Trump, who would convert to Orthodox Judaism when they got married and connected the 2 family real estate empires forever in 2009. Over the next few years, Kushner only kept accumulating more and more properties, starting with a few small apartment buildings around Manhattan, leading into his 2013 purchase of a huge percentage of all the real estate in Dumbo, as well as the acquisition of the former Jehovah's Witness World Headquarters in Brooklyn Heights. He would then acquire a majority stake in One Times Square, the internationally famous building that hosts the yearly New Year's Eve ball drop, for $375 million, borrowing most of it from the same Israeli investment firm that financed illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank in 2008. Ultimately, after 8 years of leading his father's company, Jared Kushner had purchased about $1.8 billion of real estate all over New York City, in a time when New York City real estate was rapidly increasing in value. But Kushner's rise in real estate
Why don't they push that more? That's so.
For the not
Well, I guess it's because the media is in on it, but that's the thing. Like the whole Donald Trump isn't the president, Netanyahu is. They got something on Trump, motherfucker. Jared Kushner. Duh.
Related, but also seemingly out of character move of getting into conservative politics. Before 2016, Jared Kushner had been a lifelong Democrat, with his newspaper having endorsed Obama in 2008, and he personally had donated to many Democrat politicians throughout his adult life. But the story goes that when Donald Trump began his presidential campaign as a Republican, Jared Kushner quickly shifted his focus away from real estate entirely and pivoted into making sure his father-in-law would get elected. After handing control of the family business to his brother, he personally led Trump's $100 million social media campaign and was considered by many to be Trump's de facto campaign manager, reportedly also choosing Trump's Vice President Mike Pence by hand.
You know, Jared had a very easy life.
One problem.
He was doing phenomenally in New York, and everything he touched just turned
Trump's
to gold.
handler
And
is
then
Jared
one day he
Kushner.
said, "I want to come down and I want to have peace
Tell
in the
me I'm
Middle East,
wrong.
and I want to do criminal justice reform, and I want to do all these wonderful things."
After Trump unexpectedly won the 2016 election, Kushner would spend the first Trump term working in an official capacity as senior advisor to the president. Even back then, he was often accused of conflicts of interest. The Washington Post would later report that there was evidence of officials in at least 4 countries making plans on how to manipulate Jared Kushner by taking advantage of his business arrangements, financial problems, and lack of foreign policy experience. But his biggest project during this time was helping negotiate a deal that I can only describe as one of the most evil and greedy negotiations in the recent history of international politics. So prior to 2020, the conflict between Israel and Palestine had resulted in broad diplomatic isolation between Israel and their neighbors, particularly with Gulf states like the UAE, who had an official boycott law banning commercial and financial contact with Israel until the Palestinian conflict was resolved. It wasn't until the Abraham Accords, a set of treaties mediated by the US, that Israel, Bahrain, the UAE, and Morocco would finally formally recognize each other and trade together, even though there had been no resolution included for the benefit of Palestine. This deal is widely understood to have been masterminded and negotiated by Jared Kushner Kushner himself.
I want to start today by congratulating the people of Israel. I also want to congratulate President Trump on this milestone. He worked very hard on this with his team. We worked with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, who really are two visionary leaders.
Then, just a few months after leaving the White House, Kushner does something that makes the conflict of interest impossible to ignore. He founds a private investment firm around the same exact diplomatic corridor he just created. As a White House official, he helps normalize relations between Israel and Gulf states. Then, as a private businessman, he starts a fund taking $5.4 billion in funding from different Arab sovereign wealth funds and investing it in Israeli companies, including businesses like Phoenix Holdings, a company tied through its holdings to firms involved in Israeli settlements in the West Bank. In other words, Jared Kushner didn't leave government and go back to real estate.
The money's too
he took the
tied
foreign
to it.
policy relationship.
Donald Trump only cares about one thing, and that's money and himself, okay? But Jared Kushner and Israel tied his fucking money to Israel and to these settlement banks. That's why all this is happening, because he's tied to Jared Kushner.
He built in the White House and turned them into a private business. With returning to his job as a diplomat for the Trump administration being an obvious conflict of interest, Kushner announced that he would not go back to work in the White House when his father-in-law was reelected. But what he has actually spent his time doing for the last 2 years tells a different story entirely.
President Trump's top envoy and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, sat down in Moscow for nearly 5 hours with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he spoke with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, for nearly an hour today.
Thank you, Steve. And I have to say, one of the great honors for me of being able to work on this has been working with Steve.
Despite not having any official role in the White House right now, Kushner has, in the last year and a half, been present for key moments like helping draft a Gaza ceasefire plan, Iranian nuclear talks in Pakistan, Ukraine peace talks in Paris, and a Kremlin meeting with Vladimir Putin himself. But what he does at these meetings is the real story, because there are credible headlines coming out that make the claim that Jared Kushner shows up to meetings for international diplomacy, pitching new ways to make money. Jared Kushner has gone on record multiple times to advocate for real estate development projects in Gaza, including during a speech at Harvard where he described Gaza as valuable waterfront property and said that if he were in charge, he would move people out and clean it all up.
Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up.
Most notably, the Wall Street Journal reported that Kushner and White House aides presented a 32-page proposal called Project Sunrise to rebuild Gaza as a futuristic travel destination that would cost $112 billion and include luxury apartment buildings, tech-driven governance, high-tech public transit, and support for a seaside tourism industry once Palestinians could be permanently relocated.
And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones.
And that is not the only time Kushner has been accused of a huge conflict of interest. The New York Times described Kushner as a businessman first and a diplomat second when his drafted proposal for a Russian-Ukrainian peace settlement included a provision for the United States to receive 50% of profits from a venture to rebuild Ukraine's infrastructure after the war. And this is a subject that's strangely underreported in mainstream media right now. But in essence, Jared Kushner has basically created a pipeline of diplomacy and money that seems to serve mainly as a way to further Israel's national interests by way of wielding American political power. His diplomacy project of the Abraham Accords, while it normalized the further suffering of millions of Palestinians, also opened a corridor for him to make untold amounts of money investing in Israeli companies with Arab money that he can only even have access to because of the position he attained from his father-in-law being the president in the first place.
I've known the president and I've known his family and his team for
No,
a long time.
No. You know Jared Kushner for a long fucking time. Holy shit.
I revealed, Jared, how long we've known you.
Yo, just hit 200 likes. 200 likes today, guys. This is the largest live stream we've ever done. We live stream every single day since the beginning of the Iran war. We're going to do 834 more live streams. We're going to live stream every single day with our poll of the day to see who's going to be the next president of the United States. Cover the news. I'm an production assistant of The Daily Show and of Dana Bash and of The President Show on Comedy Central. Guys, if you have the money, if you have the resources, I do love socialist revolutions when it comes to the stream. So make sure you throw that super chat down. Tell us what you're thinking about. Or maybe give some gift memberships to some of our comrades. Or become a member for $4 a month. And you too can get that North Korean flag next to your name in the chat. And you eventually become a Colombian, a Venezuelan, a U.S. citizen. And then, as we all know, eventually an Israeli citizen. Thank you all for watching. This is No News is News, where we make fun of the news, both the left and the right. Back to it. Jared Kushner is clearly the reason that all this Israel shit's happening. It's pretty fucking easy. Why is this?
Well, he was never small. He was always big. He was always tall.
I'm not saying Jared Kushner is literally a spy, because he doesn't need to be. He's a longtime family friend of Benjamin Netanyahu at the same time as he's married to Donald Trump's daughter. And when you look at his business, political, financial track record, it's hard to describe him as anything but an agent for foreign interest. And at the same time as that's the case, he's allowed to negotiate peace on behalf of the US. All of that is to say, Jared Kushner is making a lot of money off of the Trump family's political connections. Affinity Partners has $5.4 billion of assets under management, an amount that, if you put it in a high-yield savings account, the things that us poor people use to store our meager pittances in, you'd make around $250 million per year from that $5.4 billion. But Kushner isn't storing it in a high-yield savings account. It is a totally private firm over which he is the sole founder.
It's that, guys. It's that. Affinity Partners, $5.4 billion. Donald Trump is worried about the money. That controls everything that he's doing with Israel. He don't want to lose that.
An owner, and thus its revenue or returns or what have you are a black hole into which we have absolutely no visibility. But it only exists because of his father-in-law being president of the United States and giving him these connections in the first place. We're talking here about a version of money that doesn't even really exist for real people. Private equity, sovereign wealth funds, real estate developments. For most of us, money is paychecks, emergency funds, budgeting for food or rent. Elites control vast sums of wealth and direct it wherever they want to gain influence. For regular people like us, money is just about earning enough to live. So that's why I'm actually happy to talk to you guys about my sponsor, Chime. Because Chime has a lot of serious benefits that actually help people like us who have to worry about optimizing and saving the money we earn at work. For one, Chime offers 3.75%, where so much feels out of our hands. I do think it's good.
Just VOLKSGEIERIST. VOLKSGEIST. Go follow
to
his
take
channel.
Control on what we can actually code. Click the link below. Government. Because the craziest part is, Jared Kushner isn't the only person running this exact playbook right now. One late night in the winter of 1986, Donald Trump walks into a deli to buy a snack, only to realize that he doesn't have any cash on him. But as luck would have it, a young lawyer working for a firm that was at that moment representing Trump during a government audit happened to walk in and give him the money for a ham and cheese sandwich. His new friend, Steve Witkoff, was enamored by Trump's glamorous real estate playboy lifestyle and began following in his footsteps in every way possible. Witkoff, in fact, left his career in law, began investing in New York real estate during the massive 1980s real estate crash, and while he never quite became a real estate mogul turned pop culture icon, he made billions of dollars buying property in New York anyway. By the 1990s, Witkoff owned 11 million square feet of commercial property and 7,000 apartments from Manhattan to the Bronx and more. He even notably established a presence in South Florida alongside Trump when he opened Mar-a-Lago there in the 1990s. Even the structure of Steve Witkoff's company is modeled after the Trump organization, with his two sons leading the Witkoff group alongside him, and Alex, the younger son, recently named his son Donald James Witkoff, presumably in tribute to their close family friend, Donald John Trump. And so when Trump won the presidency back in 2024, he offers his good friend Steve Witkoff a job in the White House as the special envoy to the Middle East. Now, Steve Witkoff has absolutely no experience doing international diplomacy, like literally none. But that isn't even the problem here. The problem is that just a couple of months before Witkoff took this new job, a brand new crypto venture called World Liberty Financial had been founded by a team comprised of Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Barron Trump, and Steve Witkoff's Witkoff's two sons, Zach and Alex, and they would immediately start doing business with the same Middle Eastern governments that it was Witkoff's job to negotiate with over life and death and war and peace. And essentially, the general public does not know who bought what from World Liberty Financial. The whole point is that it's decentralized crypto that can't easily be tracked. We only know the identities of a small handful of people who invested in the project, but those we are aware of still paint a very specific picture. For one, we know that after crypto billionaire Justin Sun invested around $75 million in the project, the SEC backed off of an investigation they were conducting into his companies. Another piece of the World Liberty Financial puzzle is Changpeng Zhao, the founder of Binance, the biggest crypto exchange on Earth and the world's 17th richest person. Zhao, also known as CZ, had been convicted of violating the Bank Secrecy Act after Binance was found to have knowingly not reported Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and child sexual abuse-related transactions. He served 4 months in prison in 2024, only for him to be given a complete and total pardon by President Trump in 2025, a few months after Binance listed USD1 as a token on their platform. Not long after that, a company backed by the government of the UAE announced that they would use $2 billion worth of USD1 to finance a large transaction, which generated the Trumps an estimated $80 million in fees, only for an agreement to be reached 2 weeks after that the UAE should get access to 500,000 of NVIDIA's most advanced GPUs for AI research, a deal that had previously been stuck in limbo for months. There's no indisputable proof that any of these deals fit the official definition for corruption, so I can't make that claim in this video, but I can tell you that when you look at World Liberty Financial for what it is, it looks a lot like a system built to make bribes look like normal transactions. And so in response to the many accusations they've received of corruption and bribery and so on, WLF has responded by saying that this company is run by Trump and Witkoff's sons, and that the fathers have absolutely nothing to do with operations at all, and that they are focused exclusively on deploying world-class products to benefit the American economy, and that there have never been any conflicts of interest at the firm at all. Ultimately, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump family's 75% share of net proceeds from World Liberty Financial tokens would be equivalent to around $1.2 billion so far, with the Witkoffs having made for themselves around $200 million. And so this brings the total amount of money that the Trumps and their associates have made from business in office to just about $1.6 billion that I can trace, with untold more that I can't, with another $7.4 billion in assets created thanks to political connections and deals. But even then, World Liberty Financial is not the only crypto venture that the Trumps have made money from in the last 2 years. Eric Trump is also heavily involved in the crypto industry, reportedly holding a $90 million stake in a company called American Bitcoin that operates facilities for mining crypto in New York, Texas, and Alberta, Canada. The Trump crypto venture that received by far the most attention in the press, though, was not a dollar-backed reserve token or a physical mining operation or anything that sounds even vaguely legitimate, but a meme coin.
The Trump family's latest ventures, 2 new cryptocurrency meme coins, are a historic first for a sitting president, and they're arguably the most controversial investments ever made by a commander-in-chief.
I'm not an expert on crypto. I might hold some, I might be vaguely aware of how it works, but, my opinion has always been, if you're some libertarian wacko who stacks Ethereum in your hard drive and uses it to buy Chinese peptides, pretty harmless. But the rest of the stuff, it's just not for me. And meme coins are this thing that's, really not for me. It's this whole culture of crypto where there's no purpose for it at all. There's just these digital casinos where you buy in, see how high the token goes, and you either get out before it crashes to zero, or you don't. It's a zero-sum game. You can't just make more supply whenever you want like you do with Bitcoin. So for every person who does make money off of a meme coin, there is a group of people or a person who lost the same amount of value. At best, it's gambling. At worst, people are being convinced to throw their hard-earned money in the garbage. And in 100% of cases with meme coins, the only people who see any return at all are whoever got in earliest, while those who buy too close to the peak see their money disappear in front of their eyes. And in January of 2025, the day before he was inaugurated as president again, Donald Trump launched a meme coin of his own. The plan was simple. They minted 1 billion coins, 800 million of which would be owned by the Trumps, and 200 million of which could be purchased by the general public. And within the first 24 hours, the price of each token reached $73, making it so that Donald Trump was briefly one of the richest men on earth, with his share of Trump coin being valued at an estimated $60 billion. But it would only be a couple of days before Trump coins fell in value from $70 per token to $50 to $30 and then to $10 and even lower. Today, Trump coin is worth about $1.50 per token. Reporting on how much money Trump made from Trump coin varies, but one article from Reuters claims that Trump's share of the proceeds is around $615 million, while some sources say it could even be more than that. Of course, though, thanks to the nature of what a meme coin is, having made that much on tokens is only possible due to retail investors who themselves lost $674 million in the process. Trump coin was closely followed by Melania coin, which reportedly made an additional $70 million for the Trump family. But either way, our total revenue generated by the Trumps and their friends has now reached $2.3 billion, with an additional $7.5 billion in deals made and assets managed, for a total of $9.8 billion being made from the presidency, with the vast majority of that coming from just the last year and a half. That is a lot of money, more than any president or presidential family or political dynasty has ever made from politics before, but our list is still not yet complete. 1789 Capital is a venture capital firm that opened in 2022 with the mission of, quote, funding the next chapter of American exceptionalism. And 1789 has made a pretty big and particular portfolio for themselves, investing in companies like Substack, the blogging platform, Polymarket, Juul, the vape company, the Nelk Boys hard seltzer brand. They invested in a media company.
He stole a bunch of fucking money from crypto and made a bunch of money. We already know. All right, let's get into some more news from today. Meet the Press just dropped just now, so let's get into it.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez, and we are officially less than 100 days until the midterm elections.
99.
Right now, President Trump is in battleground Michigan, focusing on the most important midterm issue, the economy. It all comes as energy prices are riding a roller coaster of ups and downs from the war against Iran. Meanwhile, Democrats are grappling with headwinds of their own, including major divisions over the direction of their party and a cash crunch at the Democratic National Committee. Starting in Michigan, where President Trump lauded his administration's record on the economy, highlighting his tariff policy as a benefit for the auto industry, and saying that the next president will see the results. And this all comes as the president is significantly underwater on the economy and inflation in recent polling. The president has told reporters he is not concerned about the war's impact on the midterms, but he has repeatedly pledged that prices would fall once the war was over, last week asking voters to give him more time. And oil fell today on renewed hopes for diplomatic talks after the administration paused strikes. Prices at the pump remain elevated with no clear path to end the conflict as the war enters its fifth month. While the economic headwinds hit the president and his party, Democrats are facing something of a financial crisis of their own at party headquarters, facing a major cash crunch. The New York Times reporting Democratic Party leaders are asking vendors not to send bills until after the midterm elections. While Notice reports the Democratic National Committee put its Washington, D.C. headquarters up as collateral to obtain a loan last year. At the center of the storm, DNC Chair Ken Martin, who has struggled to rehabilitate his party's image after the 2024 election. Asked yesterday about Martin's leadership, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expressed his confidence in the chairman during a campaign event with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Can you comment on the report that the DNC is broke and that and wondering if the chairman of the DNC still has your full support?
Yes, the chairman has my full support. What we've seen over the last 18 plus months is that Democrats have won every single meaningful election up and down the ballot across the country during that period of time.
So you're broke.
And we look forward to our continued partnership.
So you're broke.
This also comes as the party prepares for another bruising primary next week, highlighting the tensions between progressives and moderates. Congresswoman Haley Stevens takes on progressive Abdul El-Sayed in next week's Democratic Senate race in Michigan. Joining me now is NBC's chief White House correspondent, Garrett Haake. And with me here on set is national political reporter Ben Camisar. Thank you both so much for being here. Garrett, I want to start with you. The president's speaking right now in Michigan. How much is he staying focused on these economic issues?
Well, Gabe, it's always a bit of a sliding scale with President Trump, but I think the White House would be pleased with what they've seen from the president in these remarks in Michigan today. He has made weaves onto issues like Iran. He's talked about the beautification of cities like Washington, D.C., but he has also focused substantially on the One Big Beautiful Bill, as it was called, his no tax on tips policy. He's spoken about the auto industry, which is, of course, a big deal in Michigan, and he has just finished introducing, before I was walking out to the camera, the slate of Republicans who are running in some big contested races there for governor and for Senate in particular, giving the picture that I think all of those folks want as they try to recapture his 2024 magic. So with President Trump, it's always a little bit of everything, but the economic message is, at least to some degree, coming through.
You know, earlier today on his way to Michigan on Air Force One, he also spoke again about the Save America Act. He's been pushing for that, as you know, and he's been pushing the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, and Senate Republicans to really pass that. Of course, Thune has repeatedly said that he doesn't have the votes. What's the president's frustration level right now with Thune?
Well, his frustration level in general is high when it comes to the Save America Act. He's been talking about it, bringing it up at every opportunity for months now. But whether his frustration is specifically with John Thune or not, it's a little bit difficult to say. Publicly, the president has insisted this is not about replacing John Thune. And you hear from Republican senators all the time that they feel like Thune has done a pretty good job of figuring out how to communicate directly with Trump without raising his ire on issues like this. But nevertheless, it is Thune who's sort of in the crosshairs as the decision maker in the Senate. But I think the president knows and is certainly being told by his staff that John Thune cannot make votes appear where they don't otherwise exist. Now, Thune could make this painful for Republican senators and insist that they do what the president has asked and stay here in Washington.
Oh, shit. August. We got a Fauci update over on Fox. Oh, shit. Are we ready? Fauci update over on Fox. Where'd that Fauci update at? Where'd that Fauci update at? Fox News. Fox News. There we go.
For messaging and policies.
Right.
And also,
you guys enjoy this. I'm going to go
just
walk
a few
my
days
dog
away
for a
from
minute.
some more high-stakes primaries, so we're watching all of it for you.
About 8 minutes left of this hour. Right for the last hour. Let's see if we can get the
a manhunt is underway. After a deadly shooting that happened last night, police say 3 people were killed, 4 others injured, including a 2-year-old little child. When 2 suspects opened fire at each other at a crowded food festival underneath the Space Needle. Well, they hit everybody else. 1 suspect is in custody. The second remains at large. Authorities say there is no threat to the public that they can determine at this point. We'll bring you any new details as we get them. And this Fox News alert, Dr. Anthony Fauci is now expected to be on Capitol Hill on Wednesday. He will be given sworn testimony on the COVID pandemic. A lot of questions looming still all these years later. This comes as newly released diary entries show Fauci became obsessed with his own fame, even as COVID deaths were soaring throughout the United States. You're watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host Emily Campagno. And joining us today, Cheryl Casoni, Fox business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business. Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News contributor, and Paul Morrow, attorney, retired NYPD.
All right, we dropped it. That's the end of it. The show is over. J.D. Vance still pulls it off. Wins one for the team. Thank you all for watching, for subscribing, for being a part of our biggest show ever. How many views did we end up with? I think it was like 150,000 or something like that at this point is what we ended up with. Thank you all for watching. Make sure you drop that super chat, hit that subscribe button, become a member, $4 a month. Help support the channel. I do this every day, and I don't get very much ad revenue, so I'm trying to keep it going. But I need y'all's support, PBS style or communism style or whatever the fuck style. So appreciate you all. If you can't afford it, Alex R. Wagner. Just search me on Google. Watch one of my movies. All right? Appreciate it. Until next time. Peace!